stand tall. A warrior lurks, sharp tools he hoards. Steel in his claws, vengeance in his gaze. The EDC Squirrel prowls, chaos ablaze. Blades glint, moonlit and cold. Tight and grip, stories untold. Protect your nuts, the cry he screams. Pocket knives fuel his twisted dreams. Steel and fury, sharp and clean. The EDC Squirrel reigns supreme. Acorns scatter, but knives he keeps. A forest arsenal, the shadows weep. Leather sheaths tied to his chest. A rodent armed, none dare contest. Dry branches creak, the hunt begins. A squirrel's code, sharp as his protect your nuts, the cry he screams. Pocket knife fuel his twisted dreams. Steel and fury, sharp and clean. The EDC Squirrel reigns supreme. In the shadowed glen, where the oaks stand tall, a warrior lurks, sharp tools he hoards. Steel in his claws, vengeance in his gaze. The EDC Squirrel prowls, chaos ablaze. Blades glint, moonlit and cold. Tight and grip, stories untold. Protect your nuts, the
Testing. Hey! All right, we got this working. I was worried about that. EDC Squirrel here. How's everybody doing today? It is Saturday, the last weekend before Christmas, and probably your last chance to go do any Christmas shopping. if you're doing it online and you're planning on getting anything like prior to that. How's everybody doing today? Hey, Morgan. Hey, Terry. Hey, Fog. Glad you guys could make it. I'm got a few new knives, not a whole lot. Like I said, I've been kind of winding down, especially due to the holidays, and I'm a little skint on the monies. But I still do have a few things. I'm gonna start off with a lot of all the new knives that I've got. Not a lot. I say all the new knives. There's like 1, 2, 3, 5, maybe. Something like that. Anyway, we'll start out with some new knives. I'm going to do also another customization on actually one of the new knives that I got. And then we're going to talk about, we'll just fill the time with whatever questions you guys had. Maybe some really good knife suggestions, like last minute gift suggestions in terms of knives. I know I did a lot of like knife lover type stuff last week, like knife related things like sharpeners and whatever. Can continue some of that as well, but we'll fill in the time with whatever. I just like talking about knives, and that's what I'm doing this live for. So let's get started. Why don't we go ahead and we'll start with, now I've got actually all the knives I've gotten this week are all traditional knives, and they're all case knives I've gotten from Chasing Blades. Actually, I just got a package today that I haven't even opened up from Chasing Blades. We'll be opening that up as well. It's been a while since I've opened like a mail package live, but we'll be doing that. And hopefully you guys can hear me okay, because this mic is like migrating everywhere. There we go. I had tried different ways of like connecting this mic up. I was going to attach it to my glasses, and then everything got lopsided. So I'm just going to stick with how it's going right now. First things up, let's start with this here. This is a Case Crossroads. Now, if you know anything about Case Crossroads, this is actually already out of the box. I love the Case Crossroads line. If you're unsure about traditional knives, like traditional knives are those knives that like a lot of people call grandpa knives. They're the older knives your grandpa would have had, your grandpa's grandpa would have had. And they're not all, but majority of them are slip joints. And they have like bone or antler, things like that for the materials. The Crossroads are like a modern take on a traditional knife. Now, these are Sodbuster Juniors. That's the pattern. They're single-bladed knives, slip joint. Except with this, instead of like bone or anything like that, you've got micarta handles. This one's a black, I think they call it a canvas micarta. This one's a blue denim micarta. And this one is a Barlow style Crossroads with Richlight handles, which I think they've made countertops in the past with. Richlight G10 and a single clip point blade. Now, I really love these because the fact that you still have traditional styling and you have modern materials like an S35 VN steel blade, a premium steel blade. Normally you see on knives today generally just over $100, and all these can be had for less than that. The one I got this time was what they call a Dymalux scale, and it's a wood laminate. This one is a brown and green Dymalux scale, and just like the other Crossroads, instead of pins they use screws. It has a single S35 VN steel stonewash blade, and just another one to add to the collection because I really like these Crossroads. They're amazing knives to carry with you. They'll handle quite a good deal, hold their edge really well, still relatively easy to sharpen, doesn't take much at all. And it's just another one that I wanted to add to the collection because these are probably my favorite knives to carry in conjunction with a lot of my more modern knives that I couldn't hold out on grabbing another one. But probably one of my most recommended if you're starting out and you're looking at a traditional knife that you want to be able to carry with you around with you and use, I would strongly suggest any one of these Crossroads. Now, the Barlows are a little harder to get a hold of, and if I remember correctly, they're a tad more expensive than the Sodbuster Juniors. I don't know why, but I think it's because they're the newer ones in the group. Excuse me. Most of the Crossroads, I think like these were one of the first ones. The black ones, I think the denims came a little later. The black micarta, and actually this is one, I think one of the original ones. They were out earlier this year, and these Barlows were just maybe a month or two ago, if I recall correctly. Probably about a month ago, the Barlows came out. So those are still pretty darn new. But that's the first new one I got this last week was the Dymalux, or the wood laminate in brown and green. They do have another one, I believe, in just brown or brown and black. And I think they also have new colors coming out. I could have sworn I saw a red or an orange. And I don't know if they have any other new ones coming out. I think the orange or red one, I can't remember if it was red or orange. I think those are micarta scales. And I'm pretty sure they have an all brown or a brown and black wood laminate. The other difference between the laminate Crossroads and the micarta Crossroads are the liners. And same with the Barlows. The liners on these, you can see a white liner on the denim. The black one has a Dayglow green liner. Those are made out of G10. The wood laminate ones have a brass liner like a lot of the normal traditional knives. And personally, the G10 holds up really well, but there's just something about the smoothness of the brass liners that I like a lot. And the nice thing, again, is since they use screws, you can adjust that if you feel like it's too tight or too loose. But that's another difference that I noticed on these, is that they retain the brass liners. They don't do the G10 like they do on the other Crossroads. But these are all super sharp. They're great workhorses. And again, highly recommended if you want to get a traditional knife, but unsure what to get. And you do really plan on using it and carrying it around with you. So that's the first one. I'm just putting all these away real quick before I go to the next one. My hands feel a little slick because Chasing Blades keeps commenting on how beautiful my hands are. And now I'm like always trying to make sure I've got lotion on hand. There we go. Let me put those away for now. And while I go for the next knife, how have you guys been? What's new with you guys? Have you guys gotten anything new? I know Morgan's got a bunch of new stuff that I sent. I don't know if, well, she knows what they all are. I'm pretty sure all of you know what they are. I don't think you kept any of those hidden. The other one that I got from Lotion on Hand, yes. Lotion on Hand. The best stuff ever. Right here. Gold Bond. The best stuff. Especially my hands. My hands actually get really, really dry during the winter. Like, I've had, if I don't take good care of my hands, and it's just weird to say this, but yeah, I try to take good care of my hands, because if I don't, especially my right hand, I don't know what it is, but during the fall and winter, if I'm not applying lotion daily, my right hand dries up so fast that like if I go like a day, I'll actually get cracks in my skin to the point of where they're bleeding and hurt. I don't know what it is. But it's generally only during winter. And this hand isn't so bad. And I don't get it. But anyway. All the knives are in stockings. Nobody has their knife yet. They're all waiting for. You guys are really well disciplined. Excuse me, drinking coffee. You guys are really well disciplined. I don't know if I could hold out knowing that they're just like they would have to be hidden. They would all have to be hidden if it was me, because I can't help but snoop. All right. The next knife I have, this is going to be the one that I'm going to be customizing today. This one is another Sodbuster Jr., except this is a pocket-worn gray bone crandall jig. Now this I actually won in a giveaway, which I thought was awesome. Now we have, crandall jig is the texturing that they do on the bone, and these are bone scales. You can see a much darker gray on this side, and a much lighter gray here. Really pretty cool. Sodbuster Jr. single blade design, slip joint. This is also a carbon steel blade. So if you'll notice, I have it waxed really well to prevent corrosion. And I know I've shown Sodbusters before, obviously the Crossroads. So nothing major different other than the gray crandall jig bone. Brass liners, nice clean well. I cleaned this earlier. This is the one we're going to customize. The reason I want to customize it is because it was one of my favorite burns that I've done on a knife. It's a form of torture. Yeah, it's my dominant hand. It's exposed more. That probably makes sense. I also wash it more because, again, dominant hand. Like you said, that actually does make a lot of sense. But this is another gray bone crandall jig, except this is a mini trapper version. And it was one of my favorite burns that I've done on a knife. So I want to do it on that Sodbuster Jr. I just love the way this looked. I was doing this because I was trying to emulate another knife that Case already makes called a tin roof. And the tin roofs that I've seen, actually the only tin roofs I've seen have been the Sodbuster Juniors. I don't know if they've made any of the other tin roofs, but they have been Sodbuster Juniors. They were gray bone knives, except they have a different type of jigging. And Case toasts it themselves. They called it the tin roof. I had a hard time coming across a tin roof. So when I first I got the idea to go ahead and get a gray bone and then do my own toast. I liked it so much. I want to do it on this one. So we're going to keep this one out. We're going to do a toast on this one later. But that was a giveaway win from Chasing Blades. Thank you so much to them. They have been absolutely awesome. And let's see. As I said, they try to make the show today. Hopefully they do make it. I hope they make it in time to watch the burn. But if you haven't checked them out yet, it's Chasing Blades. They're on Whatnot. They're one of them, probably my favorite seller on Whatnot. And they carry a lot of case knives. They carry some moderns as well. Most, if not, good majority of the case knives I have come from them. And they've just been utterly amazing. Now, the next one I'm going to show you, this again from Chasing Blades. This is also a case, if you noticed, a much bigger box. This I don't get too many of, but I couldn't ignore the scales on this one. This is called a black curly oak wood folding hunter. Now, I can't remember what I paid for this one. I know they run upward. I know they run upwards of like 120, 130, I think $150. I can't recall. If Chasing Blades was here, they can tell me. But this is called a folding hunter, done in black curly oak. I have a couple knives done in black curly oak, all smaller knives. I thought when he showed this on screen, I thought it was absolutely gorgeous. Black curly oak wood scales on a single bladed folding hunter. A much bigger knife. Where's my, I need a new cloth. I'm gonna open up a new sunshine cloth. All my sunshine cloths are getting kind of worn already. And I've got a bunch of these. Come on. There we go. If you have anybody that likes to collect jewelry, collect knives, grab a bunch of these sunshine cloths. They're friggin' amazing. They will shine stuff up like nothing in the world. Oh, the scales on this are gorgeous. I'm shining it up so you can see a little better. But like I said, black curly oak, the blonde lines on that wood grain, absolutely beautiful. You've got a brass badge on there that comes in focus. There we go. And on the other side, I just thought that was absolutely beautiful. Like I said, I have smaller knives. I think I have a trapper with this, or a mini trapper with this, and I might have a baby dock with the same wood. And I have been eyeballing this for like the longest time until I finally got it from them. It came in just a few days ago. Absolutely beautiful knife. It is a single blade hunter. A lot of the hunters that I have, not that I have too many, are dual bladed. I'll give you an example. And normally come with a sheath. This is the only one that I saw. I think there's single bladed ones just don't come with sheaths. Excuse me if I keep coughing, but it's been a day. A lot of them come with sheaths, and a lot are dual bladed. Like this is the rosewood. I've had this for a while now. There's another one with I think Paca wood. That was made way back in the 70s. And like this one, most hunters I see typically have two blades. You got your clip point, and then you have another. This one's like a straight. And this one's interesting because it's got some jimping on the back of this one. But most hunters I see two-bladed like this. Oops, a little high on the camera there. Two-bladed like this. And those I see coming with sheaths all the time, but the single blades generally I haven't seen come with a sheath. Much thinner, obviously, since it's a single blade design. But yeah, very pretty. I could not ignore this one. And I have been like he's had these for a while, I think, in his inventory. And you see one, you really, really want it, but you're waiting, and then he showed this one on screen. I'm like, hold it. Hold it in the box, because as soon as I get the money, I'm grabbing it. And I finally got it. And I am absolutely happy with it. It's just a beautiful knife. How long is this? Now, you've seen the sod busters. The sod busters are just like under 3 inches long. Where did they put that other sod buster? No, I put it back in there. This is the same size. To give you an idea, that Sodbuster Junior Crossroads that I got, there's the size difference there compared to the Folding Hunter. I'm going to put this away. And I actually had my measuring tape ready. So on the Sodbuster Juniors, they're just shy of 3 inches in length, like just over 3 1/4. Whereas the Hunter, the single bladed Hunter, this one is running at just 4 inches on the blade alone. So that gives you a better idea in terms of size. Still nice and sleek clip point on that. But I mean, the real star of this thing is just those scales are just beautiful on this thing. Now, I typically don't get very long knives because of where I live. I live in I live in an area where blade length generally is restricted. But a lot of times, the funny thing is a lot of places, even though they have blade length restrictions, they'll restrict those on locking blades. And this is a slip joint knife. And for some reason, they just don't see slip joints as being very particularly threatening, I guess. I don't know. I mean, this is definitely a nice sized knife, but I think it has to do with the fact that it's non-locking and it's a slip joint. I'd have to look. Some places doesn't matter. Other places, like they might have restrictions on whether your blade is a locking blade or a slip joint non-locking blade. So definitely take a look at your local laws in terms of carrying a knife like this. Some places are a lot more lenient when it comes to a knife that is a slip joint that does not lock like this one does. So awesome freaking knife from Case and Chasing Blades. Another one to add to my collection. Or when you're feeling outdoorsy. If I ever go outdoors. I try to avoid it like the plague. Let's get that back in the box. And then we can take a look at what came in the mail today. Because this, like I said, just came in today. What am I need a knife. Where am I going to find a... There we go. So this just came in today, also from Chasing Blades. I can't remember what I got. I can never remember what I've ordered and what's coming in. I should pay more attention to this. Okay, let's open this puppy. Oh, you know, it helps if I cut all the tape. There we go. And what do we got here? We got a couple boxes. What do we have? Oh, okay, I remember what's in here. Okay, anything else? I need to ask them for more stickers. I like their stickers. Where are where are the stickers? I know I always mean to have one of their stickers out here for shites and giggles, and then I start my show and I completely forget to have their stickers out. And they're like all over the place. Of course, when I decide to look for one of them, that's the one moment that I can't find or don't see their sticker. The one moment I'm like looking for their sticker. And that's where as I drop everything off my desk in an effort to find a sticker that I could have sworn I put on there. And this shouldn't be hard because I know I have like 20 billion of them. I should be swimming in these things. Okay, I don't get how I managed to like lose all their stickers. I'm gonna have to get more. That bugs me. What the hell? Ugh. I also really gotta clean my work area. This place is a mess. Okay, hopefully I can find their stickers again soon. Oh wait, there's one. Oh, one of their older stickers. There we go. Boop. Chasing Blades. It's not flat. There we go. Chasing Blades. Okay, so 2 knives were in this package. This one, okay. I had to get this one because I have a knife like this already. It's a full-size trapper. And to show you the knife that I have already, it is, where are you? I thought I had you in here. Or did I put you somewhere? It's possible I might have put him somewhere. Nope, that's not it. Where did I put him? Oh, you know what? I carry him. Because I carry it, I tend to put it in a slip case. So it is not in my other cases. It should be. There you are. That's not it. I'm missing. How the hell am I missing a knife? I have like a ton of slip cases. And it should have been in one of these, unless I put one of the slip cases away, which is also a very strong possibility. I might have put it away. Crap. Okay, well, yeah, I could probably I could probably be a bit more organized in my stuff. But anyway, I have a full-size trapper version of this one, and it's kind of a large knife, the trappers. And I saw that they had a mini trapper version that I had to get, and it is called the 6.5 Bone Stag. There we go. Nice toast on the other side. And the reason why I wanted this is I didn't realize it before, but I got the trapper because it has a California clip point as its primary. And instead of a spade blade, the full-size trapper had a Warncliffe. I didn't know that the mini trapper also had that same Warncliffe blade, which I really, really like. So I had to pick up the mini. So now I have a mini version of that trapper, if I could ever figure out what the hell I did with my full-size version. So I got the mini version, and so it's a slightly smaller than the full-size. These have blades of, how long are these things? These have blades of about 2 3/4 of an inch, where I believe the regular size trappers are just over 3 inches in blade length. And they call it a bone stag because these are not actual stag handles. These scales are made out of bone, but they're done to look like stag. I think it was due to an embargo or something like that at some point where they couldn't get the stag for their handles like they normally would for a period of time. So then they took the bone that they normally use for most of their bone handles and then they essentially just marked it up and toasted it to look like stag. So that's where you get the 6.5 bone stag. I just thought it looked really, really cool. And again, I didn't know the minis came with that Warncliffe secondary. So as soon as I found that out, I wanted to get another one. I think they have a Hunter in this version too, the 6.5 bone stag that I don't have quite yet. Hopefully soon. But right now I've got the trapper, I've got the mini trapper. I believe they also might have a copper lock. I don't know. I'll have to look. But I might end up getting the whole set if I can. But awesome knife. Haven't done anything with this one. Perfectly centered blades on this in the well. Oop, if it'll focus. There we go. Waylon, how you doing? But absolutely beautiful 6.5 bone stag. I'm glad to finally get this one in my collection. I gotta figure out what I did with my other bone stag. That's gonna bug me. I thought I had it in a leather slip because I actually carry that one around with me a lot. So I kind of thought I could have sworn I had it already in a slip to carry around with me. And I don't know where else I would have put it. Gotta be around somewhere. That's gonna bug me. Because I really, really like that knife. Where are all my slips? That's there, that's there, that's there. Well, they're all here. I just seem to be missing my bone stag one. Oh wait, no. I was staring at it and I thought it was a different knife. Yeah, here's the regular size. So we can compare sizes here. I did have it in the slip. I just didn't look at it long enough. How you doing, Waylon? So here's the regular one. Again, California clip blade with the Warncliffe. Here's the mini that I just got. And the mini's got a nice half stop to it too, which I really like. And I'm kind of surprised. I don't know why they don't have a half stop on the trappers, on the regular size trappers. I wish they did. But that gives you a size difference there. Give you an idea. I'm gonna have to do some oiling and cleaning on this one. But yeah, like I said, I carry this one quite a lot. I'll probably switch and carry the smaller one a lot more often. But I've got to do some cleaning on this. We'll probably clean it as I go through this live today. How are things going with you, Waylon? Hope you're having a good one. Hope you're having a good start to the weekend. All right. This goes back in the box for now, even though I'll probably open it again later. Okay, one last knife to show you guys that came in today in that same box that the 6.5 came in. This one is not a case. This one, again, still from Chasing Blades. I haven't gotten one of these in a while, but this one's a Rough Rider. And this one's an interesting one. I wanted to include this in my collection because I just thought it was really neat. This is called a Marlin Spike. Now, as you can see here, it's going to say, or it's going to be in denim micarta handles. It's a Rough Rider. Great knives for really little monies. I can't remember how much I paid for this. This was probably around $20 to $30. And like I said, it's called a Marlin Spike. There's the blue denim. You got the blue denim scales on this one. You've got, I think they call this a bell? I'm not too familiar. This is the only knife that I have with this. Well, actually, this is the only Marlin Spike that I have. I'm assuming this is so you can hang it on your belt and carry it that way. It's not like a locking type thing. It just happened to be folded over the blade. And as you can see here, now this is a big one. How big is this? Closed, we're looking at about 5 inches long. I don't have my scale on me. And this one's a heavy one. Where's my scale? I know I have it here. There you are. So about 5 inches long, closed. Here's my scale. Excuse me. And we are looking at just about 6.67 ounces in weight. Now we have a single blade on one side. There's a big honking guy with a nice half stop. And this is done in 440A. Kind of hawkbillish in shape. And there's a reason for that. You can see there, pretty large blade. We're looking at, I don't know, what's this here? We're looking at just under 4 inches, like 4 7/8, thereabouts. So large, almost hawkbill-like blade. It's just missing the curve. And on the other side, nice half stop on that. Ooh, the snap on that thing. Oh my God. That hits hard. I had to check the edge to see if it smacked the spring, but I don't see anything. Looking good. And on the, on one end, it looks like you got a flathead screwdriver. Kind of interesting. But what makes this special is the spike. This is, like I said, called a marlin spike. Ugh. Nice half stop on that as well. There we go. The marlin spike. Put that in focus. Now, this was used, from what I understand, Morgan Kenny might have seen these quite often. But they're used for ropes, like undoing knots and things like that, or helping in knot tying. A lot of times used for undoing really tight knots. You get the marlin spike in there to help loosen everything, and then you can undo a relatively tight or over tight knot that way. Now, this one, a lot of marlin spikes I've heard do lock. This one does not, but it's got a really strong spring and snap to it. So you can hear, holy crap. That is strong as hell. And then the reason I was saying that this is a very interesting blade shape is this was used for cutting rope. And a lot of times you had a blade shape like this or a hawk bill. Oh, he was aviation ordnance. Really? I thought he was on a boat. I did not know he was an aviation ordnance. You still might have seen one of these around. But a lot of times that like a hawk bill or a knife with this type of blade shape was used specifically for cutting cordage, cutting rope. And especially if you're on a boat and you've got a lot of large diameter cords or ropes, that's why you got a blade this size, nice and big. And ooh, that's sharp. I gotta test that out now. Let's see. Holy cow. It's not too often I see a Rough Rider. I mean, my Rough Riders are nice and sharp, but this one is crazy. Normally, like Mike from Chasing Blades, he'll open a knife and he does this thing I call a pucker snap. I'm not going to do it on this blade, but he does a thing called a pucker snap, or I call it a pucker snap because it makes my butt pucker every time I see him do that. He'll take a case knife, he'll open it part way, and he'll be showing it, and then he'll just wrap his fingers around the edge and just open it up. I would not want to do this with this blade. That was sharp as all get out. It's like, there we go. That was sharp as all get out. That was actually unexpected. My Rough Riders are nice and sharp, but I don't recall having a Rough Rider that sharp. That was smooth going through that. Ugh, which makes me nervous now about this thing, because this is huge. He dealt with a helicopter. Oh, really? I did not know that. That's awesome. He didn't use any ropes. This is an awesome add to the collection, especially since I was doing a lot of paracord stuff. I actually have a number of marlin spikes, but they're not attached to knives like this. I had, like, it was a set of tools that a lot of people use for knot tying, and included in that set was a couple marlin spikes, and of varying sizes. But I never had a marlin spike quite like this, and I thought this was really, really neat, and had to have as soon as I saw it in his inventory. I'm kind of surprised because it was in his inventory for probably about a week, I think. I'm kind of surprised it didn't go right away, or unless he had more than one, maybe one sold. But really interesting knife with a bell end and that screwdriver. I'm assuming that's a screwdriver flathead. And I like the Blue Jean micarta. I think looks awesome. I have a few other Rough Riders with that same scale, so that'll be neat to add with that series. But really cool, interesting knife. I love the weird. Not that this is like really weird, but you don't see him too often. I love the interesting stuff. Only if he tried using ripcord to start choppers. Wait, hold on. You don't use a ripcord to start one of those things, do you? I just have I mean, they're not like running on like lawnmower engines. I would hope not. Either that, or if they were, that's some amazing. Those are much more amazing engines than I thought. But pretty darn cool. Did you ask him about this? I mean, probably maybe you've seen somebody else using them. I'm just curious. I just think it's really neat. But that's the last new knife that I got. Again, not very expensive. How much do these normally run? I can't remember. Would be hilarious. He's just yanking on a ripcord. Hold on, we'll get this chopper up and running in a minute. Just yanking on a ripcord. Somehow I can see him doing that. Oh, and there's a shirt here I need to chop up. Where did I put the box to this? I'm trying to remember how much I paid for that Marlin spike. Bone Stag runs rough. Oh no, crap. I combined these two. So everything was added together. Probably about 20 to 30 bucks for this one, which in my opinion, when it comes to Rough Rider knives, if you're looking to get started in traditional knives, but you don't want to spend a lot of money, a good place to start, in my opinion, would be Rough Rider. I think they make amazing knives for the cost. A lot of them can be had for anywhere from under $10 to $20, and they have like premium models or interesting models like this that at the most expensive I might have seen maybe 50 bucks, but they're absolutely great for their cost. The quality has been pretty darn good across the board. They have a lifetime warranty as well. So yeah, if you're looking to get started but don't want to start, don't want to be dropping a lot of money because you're not sure, you just want a few traditional knives, Rough Rider I think is a great place to start. Obviously, I don't think you can go wrong with case, but case knives are gonna generally be quite a bit more expensive. So if you're unsure, I would definitely check out Rough Rider. I've still got a ton of Rough Rider knives in my collection. I have sold quite a few because I was trying to make some room, but I still have a ton of them. Some of my favorite sets are from Rough Rider, like what my girlfriend got me were the zombie Nick Rough Riders. I thought were awesome. And I have the full set. As far as I know, I have all the folding pocket knives from the Zombie Nick series because I finally got, in fact, I got 2 canoes because the canoes were so hard to find. I ended up buying 2 of them. So I actually have an extra canoe. So those are the new knives I got for the last week. I am going to go ahead and start toasting that giveaway win that I got from Chasing Blades. He said, nope, he's never seen one? Really? Okay. From what I heard, they were a lot of people used them on boats. Maybe not that particular model, but a lot of sailors would use them or have them on hand. That's what I've heard. I always thought Kenny was a sailor. I didn't know he was working on helicopters. That's pretty cool. Can he fly one, or he did maintenance on them? The thought of Kenny flying around in a helicopter scares the crap out of me. I don't know why. All right. So we got here that giveaway I got from Chasing Blades. This is the Gray Bone Crandall Jig. And we are going to toast this guy. Pocket worn gray bone. So let's get this ready. And of course, I completely forgot about my tape. Hold on a second. I should have some in the hallway here. Where did I put it? I have tons of this painter's tape, and I can never remember where I end up throwing it. It should be literally everywhere. I should just have painter's tape everywhere. It should not be hard to find. But for some odd reason, it always ends up missing. I don't want to have to do this without painter's tape, but I might have to. while. Okay, I don't know where my painter. Oops, dropping tape everywhere. I completely forgot to grab that painter's tape. Let's grab everything else that I need so we can get this started. Got cleaning supplies. Got my oil. Have my tool set. The only thing I'm missing is that painter's tape, but that's fine. Don't think I'm going to need my tool set, but always good to keep that handy. All right. Sirens, how you doing? Welcome to the stream. How are things going with you? How's your weekend going so far? I'm putting that. You stay there. We are going to go ahead and, or I'm going to go ahead and customize this pocket-worn Greybone Crandall jig that I got as a giveaway. And I'm going to try to make it look like a case tin roof. Obviously, it's not the same type of jigging, but I do like the deep cuts on this one. This should come out pretty nice. I really wish I knew what I did with my tape. Not that I had much painter's tape left. But admittedly, my place is kind of a mess, so I have nothing, I have nobody to blame but myself. Let's move all this stuff out of the way. Move any pieces of paper that can burst into flames out of the way. Because you know that's going to happen. I actually have my fire extinguisher at the ready. Because always want to be safe about this stuff. And my bandages at the ready. I even have I have burn cream at the ready, believe it or not. Because that's happened before. Not with this, but it's happened with, oddly enough, with making paracord zip ties or zipper pulls and bracelets. And burnt myself pretty good with that. There's nothing like having melted plastic attach itself to your skin. You got cut up by the Demco, but it's chill. That's good. I have a box of, I literally have a box of like antibacterials, bandages, and burn creams and stuff like that, like in a box next to my desk since I'm handling these knives all the time. And hand cream because my hands get dry. There we go. Keep making that a point in case Chasing Blades pops up. Okay, so what we're going to do, let me grab a clean microfiber cloth, or actually just any cloth, really. I want to grab a new one. An unused or a freshly clean microfiber cloth. So I want to make sure I've removed all the oils. I haven't cleaned this. I just got this week. I want to remove all that stuff. Any oils that were on here. And then what I'll do is I'll do a cleaning afterwards. Once I'm done with the burn. But I want to try to make this look like a tin roof. Actually, should probably, no, the wax is fine. On the blade, I'm not going to do much with the blade. So, removing any oils that may have been on the handle. Giving that a good wipe down. And just realizing that this is a very small cloth. There we go. I'll put that on the tray. And then onto burning. I don't want to burn a sticker, so I'm going to put that away. And I just filled up my torch. There we go. Yeah, tin roof. And to give you an idea, I know I've showed the other one because it was one of my, or is one of my favorite burns I've ever done on a knife. There it is. And I've done it before on this one, trying to make it look like a tin roof. I thought I did a bang up job. A little dark on one ridge, but no big deal. I think it looks fantastic. And I'm going to do the same with this one. Now, we don't have any flat sides or flat portions like we have on this mini trapper. So really what I'm doing is I'm trying to toast the very tops of those ridges and a little bit around the edges. And that's pretty much going to be it. So I'm going to have to be really careful because I don't know how quick this is going to burn. Last couple of ones, like the first ones I remember doing, either that or I was being because I was being super cautious, seemed to take a long time to get a burn. The last couple knives I've done burned relatively fast. So this seems to be doing the same. You can see it lightens up before it takes on that burn. And I'm trying to be careful just to get the tops of the ridges. Actually, while that's doing that, let me grab my thermometer. I forgot my thermometer. Because one thing I want to do is I also want to make sure I stay within a certain temperature. So I always check the temps. I don't want to go, if I start hitting like say 120, 150 degrees or closer to 200, I'll immediately stop and then wait for that temp to go down. One thing I also realized is sometimes the heat can slightly affect the spring on these. So again, I try to keep the heat low, and I also fully extend the blades. If this had more than one blade, I would fully extend everything. That way, like if for whatever reason the spring gets affected by the heat, it's not in a warped position, like, you know, with one blade kind of sticking out a little bit or not fully extended. So I'll extend all the blades. In this case, it only has one blade. But this is taking a burn pretty quick. It could also be my torch setting. I have it pretty low. And then what I'll do is I'll go on the other side. I know I'm going to wear this, what do you call that? God, what do you call that? The thing that strikes makes the spark? Wow, words are leaving my brain today. I know I'm wearing it down on this thing because I do a lot of clicking. What's the best way I have of maintaining control on the flame? And I don't want to just move it out because if it just happens to be anything like the wire I have for my phone, I don't want to hit anything else with this flame. So that's why I keep clicking it on and off. Let's take a look at that temp. We're at 160 right now, 114. I think the badge hit like 160. We're going to let that cool off for a little bit. And I also like to let it cool off naturally. In other words, I'm not blasting it with a fan. I used to have the fan on until I realized that the fan kept blowing the smoke right up my nostrils. And while case knives, I'm generally just toasting the bone. I was toasting another knife. It was this one, made by Browning. And I don't know, maybe it had a coating on it, or I know there was some type of adhesive on the shield here, but it smelled something funky. And I'm pretty sure Oh, sniffing something I shouldn't have been sniffing. What am I doing to the knife? I am doing a burn. And what it is I'm essentially toasting the knife to add a little more color to it. I'm customizing it in a way. Like Case, it's the same thing that Case does themselves, really, except I'm just doing it on a case that I bought. And in this, on this particular knife, it's a pocket-worn gray bone crandall jig, and I'm trying to turn it into a knife that Case actually already sells, called a tin roof, which is essentially a similar knife. It's a gray bone knife, except it has a different type of jigging on it, a different texture. I can't recall the name of the texture that's on the tin roof, but it's essentially a gray bone that they themselves have toasted, and they call it tin roof. I'm just taking a pocket-worn gray knife and making my own version of the tin roof, which is essentially, again, like I said, the same thing, just different jigging. Yeah, I don't. And on this one, it's bone. On that Browning, I was huffing something. Oh my god, it had a. I mean, I could smell the bone when I was toasting it, but then there was something else, and I'm pretty sure it made me a little loopy. I'm never gonna burn another Browning again. I'll leave it at that. But yeah, that's what I'm doing with this knife here. Is I'm toasting it to give it a special bit of color. And also another way of making my own. I've toasted a number of knives. Like this was also a gray bone that I finished. This one's a mini trapper. They're all essentially gray. I did a little toasting on the ridges, which is what I'm doing with this new one. Add a little color to the sides near the bolsters. But it's nothing different that Case already does with a lot of their knives. If you have a Case knife like this one, I didn't do this. This is straight from Case. This is called a burnt amber. Burnt amber. This is no. I forgot what kind of jigging this one was. It's called a burnt amber bone. But essentially, to get this brown color and those darkened spots, Case themselves, they do their own burning process. I don't know how they do it. I'm using a handheld cooking torch to do mine. But I've been experimenting. Sometimes they come out great. Admittedly, sometimes, I mean, I like them all that I've done, but sometimes they come out a little odd. I'm waiting for this one to cool off. I did this one. This one was a red bone, an old, is it a pocket worn or an old red bone? I think it might have just been an old red bone. The reason why I burned this knife was because recently, yeah, just like the last month, Case came out with an SMKW exclusive called a bacon bone or smoked bacon bone in a baby dock. And I thought it looked fantastic. And I know it was a red bone knife. And I had a red bone knife. So I thought I would try to emulate it and make, yeah, it adds character. And, you know, it's like, it's mine. I did it. It's unique in a way. But they came out with a smoked bacon that I thought looked really neat. And it was essentially a red bone knife that they have toasted. Now, this is, you know, from Case. So since I had a red bone Case, I thought I can make my own bacon bone. And instead of bacon bone, I ended up with what I call rare steak. I still like it. Just not what I like. I thought I could make it look more like their bacon bone. But to me, it looks kind of like a slice of rare steak, which I still like, but a little different from what I had envisioned. Still kind of neat in my opinion. I'm calling it the Case carnivore. But my own little burn on this one. I thought it was interesting. By the way, the smoked, you call it infection. The bacon bone that was an exclusive that Case came out with. It was an SMKW exclusive, which means you can only buy it from smkw.com. It only comes, as far as I know, as a baby dock. And normally they go for about $75. and they sold out really fast. And the funny thing is, like, the first time it came out, I went to go buy one, and literally the day they came out, that morning they sold out within hours. Okay. Now they did say they were going to make more, but then I started seeing them on Whatnot. Now remember, they were $75 if you bought them off SMKW, but I saw them going for auction for like 120, 140, 150, and I was just like, ah, well, fuck, I'm never getting one of these again. Fortunately, they did another run. Now, there's, as far as I know, they're still limited. They did do another run. I don't know if they're available still, but I managed to snag one for, thankfully, a non-inflated price. I don't know when it's getting here. I think it was supposed to get here actually today, and then FedEx told me there was a delay, and I was like, are you kidding me? Because it was coming via FedEx. If it still comes, you know what? I haven't checked. I actually haven't bothered to check. They are still in stock right now. Cool. Yeah, and so I waited because I wasn't going to pay $120 for a knife that I knew I could have gotten for $75, unless they were absolutely not going to be available again. But I was told that they were going to do another run, so I figured I'd wait and then try my luck. And lo and behold, they came out again, still apparently available. And yeah, I didn't end up spending 120, 140 bucks. Candy corn would be a great name for that. I guess so. It would be, wouldn't it? I mean, I don't know. To me, it looks like steak. Maybe it's because I had bacon in mind. I still like it. I know there are going to be people that are like, oh my God, you ruined a good red bone. You know what? This is what I like to do with some of my case. I like to customize them to my tastes. They might not always come out the way I want them to come out, but admittedly, I'm still happy with it. But it's mine. And that's the whole purpose. I'm having fun with my collection. I'm trying to see. I'm going to try to check FedEx to see if it's still on its way. Oh my God, it's downstairs. I'll be right back. let me take my mic off. I just noticed it's sitting downstairs. I'll be right back. Here's my mic. Yep, it just came in. Let me get my mic back on. Yeah, this is totally live. And I don't know if I said hi, Plucky. I can't recall. My brain doesn't function too well on the weekend. It likes to shut off. But if I haven't said hi to you before, welcome to the stream. Okay, so I did get my shipment from FedEx. We got the bacon bone in. I don't know how long it's been sitting out in the cold. So we're going to give it a little bit of time to acclimate, and we'll take another closer look at that one. In the meantime, yeah, there'll be a live opening. You'll see. We'll see what their bacon bone looks like, and then we'll compare it to my raw steak. So we'll give it a few minutes, like I don't know, 5-10 minutes. We'll let it acclimate to the temperature, and we'll continue working on this one since this had ample time to cool off. And right now I'm just sort of attacking it from the other side to make sure I get all those ridges. This is burning relatively quick, so I got to be really careful that I don't get it too dark. Because while it's easy enough to get it to darken, there's no real way that I know of to lighten it once it's been burnt. So you got to really be careful not to overdo it. And those ridges really like to darken a lot quicker than the crevices, I guess you'd say. But I like to also move the flame. That's why I keep clicking it on and off. I'll watch my gas here. And then I'm trying to even it out a little bit. There's a little bit here I'd like to darken. There we go. And the one reason why, well, not the one reason, one of the reasons why I love doing this gray bone is the contrast between the dark and the light. To me, makes it pop even more. It makes the ridges pop, in my opinion, which is why I thought why I really wanted to do another one. There we go. I think that's where I want it. And then we'll do the other side in a little bit. The other side is actually darker. You wonder if Case applies something to the bone that carbonizes a bit for the darker look. You know what? I don't know. As far as I know, they're just... Alexa, shut up. I thought I turned you off. Anyway, I don't know if they add anything. I mean, and as far as I know, I don't think I'm doing really anything much different than what Case does in their factories. I don't know if they're doing a hand burn or if they have a machine that goes through, or even if they're using an open flame. For all I know, they could be using like a really hot roller and then rolling it over the bone. You know, I have no idea their process. I've never visited their factories. I don't know what they do. I haven't seen any video. I should look up a video. I don't know if they have a video on them, but I'd really like to look. I know a lot of other people like to do their own burns. Like, for example, I think Wild Horse Customs does a lot of their own hand-fired knives. In fact, that's where I got the idea for... Where was it? I got the idea for a hand burn knife from them that I had to emulate. They took a light blue bone. I can't remember the jigging on that one. Where did I put it? I know I have... Oh, it's sitting in here. I did a light blue bone, which is what they did, and they were selling it, I forgot for how much. A little more than your just regular standard light blue bone. There it is. Another one of my favorites that I thought came out really well. It was a light blue bone, and Wild Horse Customs did something pretty much just like this, where they hand fired it, toasted it. I think they were selling them for around 115. I forgot how much the light blue was, or sky blue. They're not easy to find anymore. I don't know if they're making these anymore. But when I found a set, I bought 2 of them, and I decided to burn one. And this is the burnt one, obviously. I thought it looked fantastic on their website. I had to do my own. But I thought it looked amazing. Yeah, in the case of cast iron, they'll do a dark black sheen. As far as I know, I don't think they add anything in particular to the bone. I think it's just bone darkening. Because I've done just plain natural bone as a test, and it takes a nice toasty brown color. Obviously, the longer you do it, the darker it gets. The darkest I've done one was, where is it? Was a green apple, and I darkened it a lot. And you get like a really dark brown, like a caramel brown. Doesn't necessarily go black. I call it a caramel apple. I did this one in a relatively dark burn, and then I did another one in a lighter burn. That's not it. Where did I put that one? I did another one in a lighter burn. Also a green apple. If I can find it. That's not it. Where did I put you? I was just holding you like a moment ago. Is this one? Oh, this one right here. So slightly lighter burn on a green apple copper lock. That I also call a caramel apple. I've seen others do this before, which is why I wanted to try my hand. This is one of the first ones. I think this is the first burn I actually ever did on a knife. Was this. And I can't remember which was one what. Whatever. That goes in that slip. This will go in this slip. I think that Trapper, the green apple Trapper, was the very first one I ever did on a burn on a live. Could be those wood burners that they use. I don't know. I don't know. But I know that all their burns are unique. I mean, generally when you're doing a bone handle like this, just by the nature of the bones being different, the jigging not always being done the same way, like they'll each have their own differences, and then I'm guessing they hand fire theirs as well, only because if you look at any 2 different knives from Case, I'm talking from the factory, that are burned, none of them have the same exact burn pattern. So either it's because the differences in the materials were just that much of a difference, or somebody's doing it by hand is my guess. They're all unique in terms of looks. And that's another reason why I like burning them, is because, and it's just another unique thing. Like, unless somebody else does this, nobody else is going to have something quite like this. And even if somebody else does do this, they're never going to look exactly the same. Now here we have it's weird. This one has a darker scale on the other side. And one thing you'll notice when I do a burn is it'll also lighten up a little bit before it starts to turn that brown color. So you can actually, if you think you don't like a knife that's too dark, you can actually possibly lighten it up if you're really careful without burning it. I haven't tried to do that. I prefer, if I'm going to burn, I'm going to burn. Yeah, it could be those wood burners though. I don't know. I haven't used a wood burner. I don't have one. I wouldn't mind giving it a shot. I know there are people on Whatnot that do their own customizations. It wouldn't surprise me if somebody did use a wood burner on them. There's a guy, I think the name goes by the name Big Thunder, that does his own. He has his own shows he sells on there, but he does his own customizations, and he does things where I'm pretty sure he'll lay objects on top of the bone and then burn around the object. So I've seen where he's got a case knife and it might have like these rings of brown on the handle or whatever object he might have laid on. And I'm guessing that's how he's done it. Only because of the fact that you can see very definitive shapes in the burns. I prefer to do like this ridge thing where I like to toast the tops of the ridges on the jigging. And depending on the knife, sometimes I'll burn like towards the bolsters. This doesn't have a bolster, so I can't do that on this one. But you saw on the other ones, I like to do a darkening on the towards the bolsters. But yeah, so he's got some really cool designs. He also does a lot of dyeing. He'll take light colored or white bone knives, and he'll use RIT dye, and then that way you can get different colors that you generally wouldn't be able to buy. So if you want a very specific color, you get a white bone. You dunk it in the dye. There's other things. You don't just dunk it in the dye, but I think you boil it, and you add water and all this other stuff. And sometimes they might add some other stuff, and then you dunk it. And depending on how long you dunk it for, it'll turn whatever shade you have that you're trying to dye it. And because it's bone, they all still end up looking unique because the dye doesn't get into the bone evenly across the board. So that's where you get a little, you get all these little differences that make that particular knife unique, even though you might have like 3 or 4 of them the same color. So let's get started on this one. What's the temp on this? Because I know I was hitting it quite a bit. This one, we're down to still about 100. Another reason why I keep it on the tin is help keeps it cool. As long as I can touch it. And that's another reason why I have the blade out, is it also acts as a heat sink to help cool it down. All right, we'll start on this side. You can see how that lightened up. Well, I don't know if you can see it on the camera. It lightens up a fair bit before it finally starts to toast. Still have the gray, but yeah, it's like it burns the dye off a little bit. I don't know if it's just me, but the darker side seems to be toasting even faster. Okay, let's let that cool off for a little bit. I don't want to get too hot. The other reason why I don't want it to get too hot and why I also don't rapidly cool it is because I don't want the bone to crack. I've had that happen on one knife, which was a smooth bone knife. And to be quite honest, I don't know if it was because of the burn or because admittedly I dropped the knife. So it could have been because of the burn. It could have been because I dropped the knife. It's hard to tell. But I do know, obviously, when you're dealing with heat and cold, that if you raise the temperature too quick and drop it too quick, there stands a chance. I mean, this is bone. Bone can crack. So you do stand a chance at possibly cracking the bone, which is why I try to watch my temperatures really closely. I don't want to get it too high. If I've hit 200 before without a problem, but once I hit 200, that's when I back off and wait. I will back off and wait. I try not to hit 200, but I just try not to get above that. Okay, well, this knife has, yeah, I cracked, and the funny thing is that crack didn't go all the way. It's like a surface crack. It's really weird because it didn't look like it went through all the way. I was just trying to darken a natural bone. It didn't bother me so much, but it's possible. I mean, it's possible it could have, that's the thing. It's possible it could have cracked a little bit when I dropped it. And then when I torched it, it actually highlighted the crack. I'll show you in a little bit. I just want to open this box up. And you know, that's the risk you take when you're doing a customization. I mean, obviously it's a risk on whether or not it's going to come out the way you want. You know, or you know, you stand a risk of damaging the knife. It's just the nature of the gig. Don't go into doing anything like this if you're horrified about ruining a knife. Understand, I'm doing this for myself. I do it for fun. I do it to add a unique look and add my own touch to the knife. But I also understand that there's a good chance that something could go wrong. As long as you're okay with that, go for it. If you're not okay that something could go wrong, have somebody else do it for you. Or just don't do it. Or just wait for them to come out with a burnt version of the knife that you want. So, okay, so here's the bacon bone from SMKW. Where's the one that cracked? There it is. This was a natural white bone that I just kept darkening because I just wanted to see how I can, you know, how far I can go. And it used to be much whiter. I called it a marshmallow. And I thought it looked okay. It wasn't bad. It was just, I was more of a test because I wanted to see how the white bone would do. And I darkened it first, just the edges towards the bolster. I was like, okay, that looked pretty cool. See what would happen if I did the edges. Okay, now what if I added a little bit more color on the sides itself? So I ran the torch along there. And here you can see the crack. Right at the bottom of the shield. Now, interestingly enough, it doesn't appear to go all the way. And I don't see a full crack. And granted, I didn't toast the edge as much. I thought it was a pretty nice color. I liked it. And at the same time, like I said, I did drop it. So I don't know if it's because of the drop, the heat, or combination thereof, like Plucky said. Or no, like you said, Sirens. I'm sorry. It could have been a combination of both. I actually have another one of these. Usually when I burn a knife, I buy two. So I actually have an untouched white bone copper lock that I haven't done anything with. Part of the reason is because I love how the white bone looks on that other one. It has some really neat natural inclusions in the bone, like just natural, like, I don't know, like these freckles and lines that just naturally occurred in the white bone. That I wanted to keep that one pristine, and I burnt this one. Even though this I thought looked fantastic unburnt also. But usually if I burn a knife, I buy two of them, and then I'll keep one as is, partially as a reference point, partially because sometimes, like the case of the sky blue ones, I didn't know if I'd be able to get more sky blues, so I got two, and then just burnt the one. But yeah, you can barely see that crack. It doesn't go very deep. So I don't know. It's really weird. But anyway, that's what happened there. And I still carry it with me. I still use that one a lot. Let's see how this is doing. We are under 100 degrees. We're at about 80, 85. We'll do a little bit more, and then we'll take a look at that bacon bone exclusive from SMKW. Let's see how the temp is now. Okay, we are at like 140. I'm trying not to hit my eye with a laser too. Good grief. We're at 140, so we'll cool off again, then we'll hit it one more time. We're just about where I think I want it. And then this is the bacon bone. This just came in, so I haven't even looked at it. This is a baby dock pattern, so one of my favorite ones to collect. And it doesn't look all that different. I think I did a good job. This is their bacon bone. Now, hold on. This is, in fact, I could probably toast this a tad more. It's really light. There's a lot of milk on this side. Like they almost didn't hit it at all on this side. But not too far from what I did. In fact, mine might be a little, oh, no, I kept the color. I was going off of a reference photo. Like another photo on their website. So, oh my God, that is a lot closer than I thought. That is a lot closer than I thought. And like I said, there's a lot of milk on this side. The only difference is this is an official bacon bone from Case and SMKW. This one I did myself. I did a pretty good job of emulating that. I think it's because this is bigger, which is why this, to me, this looks more like steak. But I don't know. Maybe it's because it's bigger. But you can see arrowhead badge. I don't know what kind of jigging the texture this is on that. I was a lot more successful. Now, the only other big difference in these two is also one thing that you got to be careful of when you do a burn on bone is the bone itself will also shrink a little. And I got a little bit of separation on the bolster there. You'll notice a little space. So you got to be real careful. That's another thing is what's, that can happen is you can, the bone will shrink a little bit, especially towards the bolsters. So that's why you got to be really careful of how, about your temperatures, how long you burn, because that's where, like I said, you could crack at the pin if it shrinks too much or too rapidly. But no, I'm impressed. Their bacon bone and I guess I can call mine a bacon bone now, came out pretty similar. Now, again, like I said, I don't think I'm doing anything too different because this is direct from Case and SMKW. And I don't think SMKW is doing the burning. This is a collaboration, an exclusive. So as you can see, yeah. And this one even looks a little different from the photo. Like I said, I could probably stand to toast this end a little bit and maybe get a little bit more brown on that side. I'm tempted to do it. I don't know. But this is a baby dock. You got a pen blade and a spatula, an unsharpened spatula for the secondary. I have a few of these. I just find it to be an interesting type of pattern. You can get a real sharp pen blade. The spatula is dull. And they call this is called a baby dock because these are smaller. I have some normal sized doctor knives. Yeah, it looks a little bit more charred in the photos. But they're interesting knives because from what I understand, back in the day, whenever that day was, a lot of physicians would carry something like this. And the knife was just useful as a knife. In emergency situations, they might have used it like a scalpel. The spatula was used for mixing powders or other, medicines together, or even counting pills. In fact, I've actually, because I'm a caregiver and I deal with a lot of medications for my girlfriend, there was a couple times where I actually used the spatula to count pills, to help separate and count pills. So that was kind of a neat thing to do. And then you have a flattened butt end here. And a lot of times what they would use, from what I heard, they would use that to crush pills. And that's why the end was flattened the way it was. And it's a nice small profile knife. Even the larger ones are thin. I think I have another dock here. This one's a single bladed doctor's. Oh no, this is a dual bladed. This one's made by Steel Warrior Frost Cutlery. To give you an idea on a normal sized doctor's knife. This one also has a single blade and spatula. This one's just made by Frost Cutlery. A lot less expensive. And ram's horn. So to give you a size difference there. There you go. So you got a baby dock and I would assume a normal sized dock. That's what they look like. And docks will come in different configurations also. Some of them don't have the spatula. Some of them are two-bladed. I actually have a doctor's knife that has two blades instead of a spatula and a blade. And then I also have even a doctor's knife that just has a single blade. Like this one here by Rough Rider. Just a single blade doctor's knife. But I think these are really handy. I think they're nice because they're such a thin profile. And, you know, you can just easily tuck them in a shirt pocket. Or in the case of a baby dock, you can put that, you can slide one of these in the fifth pocket of your jeans, the little watch pocket. And I just love this pattern. The Sodbuster Juniors, the Trappers of all sizes, and the baby docks happen to be my favorite patterns from Case. And another thing about these baby docks that you want to be aware of is that this pattern is going in the vault. And what I mean by that is at the end of 2025. So it's coming up very soon. What Case sometimes does is I'll take a pattern and they're going to put it in the vault, which means they're retiring that pattern. So after 2026, they throw this pattern in the vault. They're no longer making this pattern. So if you want to get a brand new baby dock, I'm sure there's going to be a lot of old new stock available for a little bit of time. But at the end of 2025, they are going to stop making these. So something to keep in mind if you're looking to hunt down for, you know, a baby dock or two. Now's the time to go grab them. Because after that, you're looking at probably places that have new old stock. And there's a good possibility because they're no longer available, they might ramp up the prices on those. So I would say get your baby docks now while you have a chance of getting them at the normal price. So awesome. I'm glad I was able to get a burnt corn cob jig. Okay, so that's the jigging they have on that. Burnt bacon bone corn cob jig baby dock. No, they won't be making any more baby docks. At the end of after 2025. I don't know. Usually when they retire or they put a pattern into the vault, from what I understand, they bring out something new or something that was in the vault, you know, that they placed in the vault a while ago. I don't know what that new pattern could be. I have been seeing something called a guppy, which is like a really tiny trapper with I think like one blade on it that people have been, or that I've been seeing called guppies, but I don't know if that's been out there and I just never seen them before, or if that's one that they're planning on bringing out for 2026. But yeah, I've heard that usually when they vault one pattern, they'll release a new pattern. I'm hoping, beyond hope, since they are putting the baby docks into the vault, I'm hoping, fingers crossed, that they come out with regular sized docks. I think that would be awesome. But yeah, no more baby docks at the end of this year. So grab them now. Whoop, there goes my stubby. Get back here. My little stubby tool. That's another reason why I kind of wanted to jump on that burnt bacon bone, is I wanted a chance at getting one, like a case made legit one, I guess you can say. Let's get this from the other side. There's a few spots on here that I'm just trying to touch up. Let's see how this is now. This is just about done though. We are at 133. That's not bad. And hitting myself in the eyeball with that laser, not good. Here we go. And stand to do a little bit more before I have to wait. I think we're just about done with this one. We'll hit it from this side one more time. We're at 150, so we're good. Yeah, no more baby docs. So grab them while you can. Not trying to pressure anybody, but you know, if you're trying to get one, now's a good time. They just happen to be one of my favorites because I think they're just so unique. Real, not super specialized use, but it's interesting. The story is interesting that docs would carry them. That in emergency situations they might have been used as a scalpel and you know used for a lot of stuff, like you know pills or mixing things. Just an interesting thing. Just a really interesting thing. I highly recommend Chasing Blades on Whatnot. If you're looking for anything traditional, case knives, they have a pretty good selection. I think they have one of the better selections actually. They don't have a lot of exclusives because exclusives are a little harder to get. In that case, you got SMKW has their own auctions on Whatnot aside from their online store. If you're looking for exclusives though, to be quite honest, you're probably better off grabbing them on an online website because sometimes on auctions they can run a little high. Unless they just no longer have them in stock on the website. So most exclusive, if I got anything exclusive like SMKW exclusive or say Shepherd Hills exclusive, they're another huge one. I just grab them from the website. And also there's one more seller on Whatnot that goes by, I think it was RL Simp. And he tends to get his hands on a lot of exclusive. Deadwood's a good one. I've gone to Deadwood and gotten some stuff from them. In fact, two of my favorite case knives have come from Deadwood Knives. And oh, you know what? I don't have it out here. It's in a jewel box. It's one of the squirrel knives that I got from them. And unfortunately, it's packed away somewhere else. But I also picked up, I believe I picked up this one from them. This is a synthetic squirrel case Sodbuster Jr. And I think they only made like 600 of these, either 5 or 600, or actually, I'm sorry, either 5 or 700 of these were made. And I got that from Deadwood. Another one for exclusives. Let's see, you got SMKW, Shepherd Hills, Deadwood Knives has a lot of interesting ones, or limited edition ones. I'm sorry. They might not be exclusive, but limited edition. A lot of limited edition and custom knives, Wild Horse custom knives. But they have some wicked custom made case knives. And when I say wicked, you're talking like $500, $600, $700 case knives with like, you know, made from like mammoth bone and things like that. That was the Sodbuster Jr. squirrel knife. Yeah, I squirreled it away. I do have the trapper. And as far as I know, they've only made you had the synthetic Sodbuster. This is the synthetic trapper. And the other one I got from actually I got it from Wild Horse Customs, I believe, was a bone squirrel. It's a wildlife series squirrel done in bone, and it's etched, so it's engraved in bone. Let me grab it real quick since I'm waiting for all this stuff to cool off, because I have it in a different spot. And let me see if I can find it. There we go. That was easy enough. It was in my closet. Yeah, Wild Horse Custom has some really interesting custom knives. That a lot of them are even one-offs. Like if you want a very unique knife, that's a good place to go. Here it is. This is my case. It's a trapper. I've showed this a few times. This is the Wildlife Series Squirrel. Now this is etched, so this is all, you can feel all this. It's done in bone. Here, Wildlife Series Squirrel. I believe there were only 500 of these made, according to them. Excuse me. I had to grab everything squirrel. I think there's one more knife that's called a squirrel, not made by Case. I think it's made by Ned Foss, and it's a fixed blade. I haven't picked it up yet, but once I pick that up, I'll have, as far as I know, every squirrel knife I've ever known to be made, at least commercially made. I'll have every squirrel knife known to man. But these, as far as I know, like I said, about 500 made. They come in jewelry boxes, velvet boxes. Beautiful trapper, your typical California clip point and spade blade. But I love this knife. As soon as I saw this, I had to hunt it down. I don't know if you can find these anymore. I had a hard time finding these when I hunted it down. I know I've seen a few since, but I don't see them very often. But I got this one. It's sad. I originally ordered it from Deadwood, and it got lost in the mail. I was so upset. It got lost in the mail. It's not Deadwood's fault. It got lost in the mail, and obviously they were sorry, when I contacted them, and they put a credit towards, or discount towards get it. They credited me and gave me a discount towards that Sodbuster Jr., which was really nice of them. And that's how I found Wild Horse Customs. Wild Horse Customs had one, so I reordered it from Wild Horse Customs, and that one made it to me. So I lucked out in still being able to get one. So that goes back in here. This is supposed to go in a display that I have set up, but I still have yet to put it on my wall. I have a big display that Morgan got me for my birthday, and it's all set up. It just needs to go up on a wall. Let's put that away for now. Yeah, this is out of stock on Deadwood. That doesn't surprise me. I don't even know if they have it on Wild Horse Customs anymore. It's possible they might have one. I'm unsure. Okay, I think we might be good to go. I'm going to hit it from this side one more time. I think we're good. I think that's where I want it. Some FedEx guy pocketed my squirrel. I hope not. I was so upset because I had the hardest time finding it in the first place, and I came across Deadwood, and I was so excited that they had one that I didn't even think about it. It's just like, that's mine now. It clicked by and was waiting for it, and then next thing I know, it stopped somewhere and then never moved again, and it was considered lost. I had them open up an investigation, and or I had what was it? Was it USPS or FedEx? I had somebody open up an investigation. I can't remember how it was shipped, to be quite honest. And after quite some time, they contacted me. It's like, yeah, it's gone. You gotta be kidding me. So I think I lucked out being able to find another. Like I said, Wild Horse Customs had it. I don't know if you can find them anywhere else. I haven't looked since I got mine. Well, that's a lie. I've looked a couple times, but not recently. Is wildlife series. Yeah. I'm gonna take a quick search and then I gotta hit the washroom real quick. I'll be right back. Ooh, I probably should not bring I did this once already. I should probably not bring my mic. That was weird the last time. Okie dokie. I feel better. Let's get the mic back on. Ugh. There we go. Should be good enough, I think. Case double X Squirrel Wildlife. It looks like, yeah, I don't even, Wild Horse Customs doesn't even come up with it now. Oddly enough, Deadwood still comes up with it, but they're out of stock, I believe. Yeah, you mentioned they were out of stock. It looks like the only place you can still currently get them would be on Amazon, maybe? Oh, maybe not. It's interesting. I see they have a bear, they have a turkey. Now, all same style, except you got a bear, turkey, rabbit, deer. If they have a capybara, I'm going to buy the capybara one just because capybara. Yeah, oh, they have an elk. Yeah, okay. So deer, elk, bear, rabbit. I'm not seeing, or turkey. I'm not seeing a squirrel though. Or raccoon. They have a raccoon. I know some people that were looking for raccoons. I'll have to mention that. But yeah, it looks like the only place you're going to find these suckers are going to be on Amazon. Or possibly, if you're lucky, and somebody on Whatnot has it. Although I couldn't tell you how much you'd be able to get it on Whatnot. It looks like average price on these are about like 120. That's for the ones that are on eBay. Again, I have no idea how much the squirrel one would be. Because I'm not even seeing a squirrel one on eBay. They could all possibly be gone. I'd have to grab a raccoon. You know, some people are looking for raccoons. So, yeah. Might be a little tough finding that guy. Okay, this looks like it's hand holdable. We are under 100 degrees. Now this is, ooh, that is sharp too. I did have this waxed. This one's a carbon steel as opposed to stainless steel. And it's still a little warm to the touch, but not bad. We can see, there we go, toasted the ridges exactly how I wanted to do it. I didn't want it too dark. Gave myself a little color there. I could possibly, do with a little more on this side, I just noticed. Let me look at that again. It's okay, maybe not. No, I think I'm fine. Maybe a little. Again, trying not to overdo. There we go. I think that's good. It is darker to my eye than it appears on screen. So I think I got it to where I want it. And then we're going to let this cool off again since I just fired it up. And then what I'll do, because I haven't done it yet, once that cools off, we're going to do a cleaning on that. Actually, we should do a cleaning on the bacon bone. I don't know if I want to toast the bacon bone or just leave it as is. Like, part of me wants to try to toast that one side, and another one wants me to leave it pristine, because that's how this would be a prime example of Case doing their burn on the knife. I might just leave it as is. We'll give it a good cleaning. I'm just really impressed that I got mine to come out a lot closer than I thought. And I can show you what I do. I know I've done it before where I've done cleanings on these knives. But anytime I get a traditional knife, Case or otherwise, doesn't matter who it comes from, I like to do a cleaning on them. Case knives overall tend to be the cleanest in terms of, when they come out of the box. However, there have been a couple occasions where they were also, I've had a Case knife that was one of the dirtiest. This is brand new, that I've ever seen come out of a box. We've got some of these micro brushes. I found out you can get like 500 of these micro brushes for like $10 on Amazon. They're like micro mascara brushes or something. And where's my oil? I like to use camellia oil on these. It's a food safe oil. And this one, it's a Japanese knife oil, but it's food safe. So if you use your knives, if you like to use your knives in food prep, or like if you're cutting up a steak or something, I recommend something like this, where it's a food safe oil. You don't have to worry about getting any weird chemicals in your food. And it looks pretty clean in here, but we're going to go ahead and give this a nice oiling and cleaning. Ooh, that just poured out already. So what I've done is I poured a little oil into the pivot area, and I'm going to run one of these micro brushes back and forth to remove any debris that didn't get cleaned out before they shipped. And as clean as the majority of Case knives are, sometimes they do still have a little bit of debris that they just didn't quite catch, or this black stuff that ends up on the blade steel. This oil cleans it up rather nicely, and at the same time lubricates that pivot area, so that'll help minimize wear as you use the knife, essentially making it hopefully last a bit longer. You just use, a lot of people just use mineral oil. That's also, I believe, food safe. It's probably the most economical choice as well. I've had this bottle of camellia oil for a very long time, because I've also used it to preserve other objects. Like I have a few swords that I will periodically wipe down with it, and so this bottle's lasted me for a good long time. I mean, this bottle's done hundreds and hundreds of knives, if not, or including swords. And we're going to start with one well, because you don't really need much. I just needed just enough to get in the pivot and then run down into the well. And then I'll use this to wipe out any debris and any excess oil. This one is actually pretty clean. There was a little bit of black stuff near the pivot when I had it closed, but that was easy to clean out. The well itself appears to have been pretty clean to begin with. I'm not seeing much of anything on the spring. And the oil's coming out pretty clean. Just trying to get as much of the excess off that I can. And I like to run oil down the well because it gets around the spring, helps protect the spring as well. And then one thing I'll do is I'll fold this halfway and exposes a bit of the spring. And I'll also make sure to clear off anything that might be there. Close that and we'll work on the spatula side. Run a little bit of oil down that well. I'll use a new brush. This brush is coming apart. Yeah, mineral oil works perfectly fine. It's all about, I mean, the big thing is just making sure that I get it clean in there. It gets oiled, even though this is stainless steel. Stainless steel will still even corrode if it's not taken care of. It just takes a lot longer, or, you know, will resist more than carbon will. I found out through my own experiences that it's, I mean, obviously it's moisture and stuff like that that cause corrosion on steel. But what a lot of people don't realize, and this is why I like to keep a lot of stuff, cases or display cases and things like that, is that one of the biggest enemies I found out when it came to knives is actually dust. And so if you have knives that are just open, uncovered, and I do have some that are open and on display, what happens is if they're uncovered and unprotected, dust will collect on the blade eventually and just sit there if you're not wiping it off periodically. And the dust itself will start to collect moisture. And that's where you get a lot of pitting and rust spots, is if you look carefully at where those rust spots form, it's almost always around dust. Like if you think you're keeping your knife in a nice dry spot, but it's still open and dust can get on it, and you start noticing rust spots, if you take a careful look at where those rust spots are, you'll almost always notice there's dust. It's all, you know, it's all centered around particles of dust. And so what I like to do, if it's excuse me, if it's a blade that is on display but not enclosed, I like to use wax for those. Ooh, coffee. I like to use wax for those. And a nice almost any paste wax will do. I use Wicked Wax, and I'll just coat the blade in a thin film of that wax, and that helps a lot because you can just wipe the wax off and then reapply it. I also think it does a lot better job of protecting the blade itself from corrosion. Obviously, though, because it's a paste, it doesn't get everywhere, so I tend to use a combination of the two. I'll use camellia oil, and I'll make sure that there's camellia oil wicked into the pivot area to protect in there. And then I'll use something like Wicked Wax or any paste wax, and then I'll wipe the blade down with that. And I found out that that seems to be the best way, at least for me so far, in protecting my blades from rust. Now, I don't bother with it on a lot of my stainless steels because knives like this, or my modern knives, they are in hard cases, or until I get them in some type of enclosed display or in another hard case, a lot of times I'll put these right back in the box until I can figure out how I'm gonna store them in other ways, like in a case. I'm actually gonna buy another case soon. Do I use KPL? Yes. Dugan, how you doing? Welcome back. I do use KPL. This has done hundreds of knives. I like to use these on my moderns, or I like to use this on my moderns in the pivot. I just use the original. Also food safe. But I don't wax the blade unless it's a carbon steel. If it's a carbon steel blade or something that's not stainless, I'll usually wax it, even if it's in a case. But otherwise, if it's going to be in the case or kept in a box, I don't worry too much about it. As long as I know that dust can't get to it, it should be okay. And most of my knives, especially my moderns, I have in these hard cases. I have two sizes. These are from, I think I have them linked below, but like this one holds like 40. This is from Casematics. I know it's upside down. There's one made by another manufacturer. I have like two of these cases. I have another bigger one from Casematics that holds like 56. They can get pretty pricey though. There's a manufacturer that holds 90. It's a different manufacturer. I might get one of those. Ugh. But most all my moderns are in cases like that. Now, how you doing, Dugan? Duggan? I'm sorry, Dugan? Duggan? Dugan. I'm horrible with names. My apologies. My brain also fails to function. Welcome back. It's good to see you, though. Hope your weekend is going well. And I was just going over what I do with some of my knives, and I was cleaning a new knife that I got from SMKW. It was their bacon bone. I finally picked up a bacon bone exclusive, SMKW exclusive from Case. And I was just looking at it, comparing, because I couldn't get the first run, they ran out of stock, and I couldn't get one of these. I was very upset. And I took a good look at it, noticed it was red bone. Now I didn't have a corncob jig red bone, but I had a I'm pretty sure it's a peach seed red bone. And so I decided, screw it, I'm going to do my own. I'm going to do my own bacon bone. And so I burnt my red bone. I thought it looked like steak. And I just got this in today, unboxed it today. And I just noticed I did a pretty darn good job of emulating their bacon bone. Now it's not the same type of jigging. I can't remember what kind of jigging this is. I'm pretty sure this was I can't remember if this was a pocket worn red bone or something, but I did a pretty good job of emulating their stuff. So this was from Case. This was a red bone that I burned myself. I still think it looks like steak. But I was just oiling up the baby dock. I'm just about to put it back in the box. I was doing a little customization today. Not that red one. I did that a while ago. I did a pocket worn gray bone Sodbuster Jr. because I'm emulating the tin roofs that I've seen. And I've done a mini trapper. I've burnt a mini trapper gray bone. And this should be cool enough now. I just finished doing this one. I got this one as a giveaway from Chasing Blades. I just finished burning this one. Try to make it look like a tin roof. I forgot what kind of jigging is on the tin roof. I know it's not the same type of jigging. Yeah, that gray on the, because this was a lot darker gray than this side. And that lightened up a lot with the torch. I like it though. I think it came out really good. Much better to the naked eye than on camera. It seems a lot more washed out on camera. I've got a pretty bright light. I wonder if I can just realize I never turn my light down. I usually turn it down a little bit. But yeah, that came out really well. I think so. I could probably have done the edges like on the butt end, but wow, did I not change my light at all? Okay, there we go. Usually I have a blue light on and just realized I never changed it. It comes out a little better in that blue light, I think. I might do the butt end a little bit more, but let's see. Never satisfied. Don't need to do a whole lot to it. There you go, that's one side. That's the other side. Okay, we'll let that cool down, and then I will clean that up. And there we go. That took a lot more time than I thought it was going to take. And then I was going to go over like some of my favorite knives. Like if you guys were, I know I talked last time about like really good gifts for people that are into pocket knives that weren't necessarily a pocket knife. Like if you know any collectors, a lot of times it's hard to shop for them because a lot of times those collectors, you'll look at a pocket knife, they'll be like, yeah, I got that one already. Yeah, I got that one already. Especially with me, I've got like so many knives. Like, yeah, I got that one already. That I was concentrating last time on stuff that you can pretty much get any knife collector, and I'm pretty sure they'd be happy with it. Like, for example, I love these work sharp. I forgot what they call these. Like they're like Traveler or whatever. What are these called? Good grief, my brain. My brain is not braining this weekend at all. Work sharp. Okay, I had my Amazon open and I closed it. I know I have it linked in the description, but I think these are fantastic. This thing has seen more use than any of my other sharpening implements, and I've got a few. I've got diamond stones. I've got a fixed angle or adjustable angle sharpener, also my work sharp. I've got a few regular stones and all this other stuff. Yet this little travel sharpener has seen more work than any of those, probably even combined. And guided field sharpener. That's what they call it. Because this has everything you need. You got a coarse side diamond stone, you got a fine diamond stone, you got ceramics, you've got a leather strap. Except I put they have like that green compound that it normally comes on it. I actually took that all off, and I use this. In this case, it's 0.5 micron stroppy stuff. This will do fishing hooks. You've got a little thing for serrated edges, a little ceramic rod for serrated edges. You've got angle guides. These are fixed at 20 degree angles. And if you don't want to scratch anything up, the diamond plates, you can turn them over and you can store them that way. This turns from a coarse ceramic to a fine ceramic to a ceramic with guides for the fish hooks, like I mentioned before. They even have something to do with, and I don't know what, but apparently something to do with arrowheads as well. Jim, welcome to the street. You put better leather on yours. I probably could do. This thing's been worn so much. I've used this so much that it's been working fantastic. I've got some other leather strops. I hadn't thought about like replacing it, but I figured by the time I decided I need to replace the strap, I'd probably end up getting another one of these guided ones. I actually really want to get another one. Yeah, but yeah, arrowhead holder. I don't know. I don't have arrows, so I know you have holders for that. I don't know how to use them, but this thing will do everything. I love this thing, and like I said, that's on top of all the other stuff that I have in terms of like that angle that I think is called a precision. by Worksharp. I have a Sharpal dual-sided stone, diamond stone, and all these other stones. None of them have seen as much use as this thing. I've gotten knives down to hair whittling sharp with this thing alone. Now, granted, yeah, I'm using a different stropping compound, but I've gotten things down to hair whittling sharp with this thing, which to me is just super impressive. Let's see. I just had my thermometer around here. Good grief. There you are. I'm pretty sure this is cooled off already. I just stopped beaming myself with the laser. There we go. So my rendition of a case tin roof, basically a pocket-worn gray crandall jig. Yeah, pocket-worn gray bone crandall jig. What I'm going to do now is, because I haven't done anything with this knife since I got it, other than toast it, we are going to do a quick cleaning on this one as well, and a little polishing up of that bone. We'll do that real quickly. In the meantime, while I'm doing this, did you guys have any other questions? I had a few new knives this week, just a handful. It's Christmas, so I'm a bit skint. I haven't bought anywhere near as much as I've done in the past. I know in the past I've had lots of boxes come in. I've only had a few. I got everything I got this last week has been traditional knives, and only got a few this week. But I showed those earlier. And if anybody's got questions on anything they see, questions about my collection, I'd be happy to talk. Or if you guys got anything new, let me know. I'd love to hear about new stuff. Like any new news, any new knives you've heard about. I was talking about earlier that the baby docks are going to be in the vault by the end of this year. So if you're looking to get a new baby dock, now's the time to do it, because otherwise you're going to be looking at people with new old stock and no idea how much those prices are going to be then. Good snap still. There we go. I always test the spring after I burn. Make sure I didn't affect the spring in any way. Still good. Nice snap. The broadhead wrenches. Oh, okay. So that's what these. So that's for removing. I wasn't sure what they were. I don't have a bow. I just know that they were used for arrowheads. I just don't know on how. So that's for putting on or removing a broadhead. That's kind of cool. Good to know if I ever get a bow. Okay, so that's well oiled. We're gonna run some oil down the well. And this is something I do with all my traditionals. Get some oil in the pivot, run oil down the well, make sure. Okay, well, that was interesting. I lost the little cotton or microfiber nub that was on the end of that stick. It's in there somewhere. There it is. Oh, it fell out. There it is. Run some oil down the well. It'll seep in around that spring. Also, get any crud that might be in there. Not that these have a lot of crud. Case knives, like I said before, tend to be pretty clean. But this is one that has a carbon steel blade. So this one I will wax really quickly before I tuck it back in the box, until I figure out what I'm going to do with it. I'll probably end up carrying this a lot more. I probably won't even tuck it in the box. I like carrying my sodbusters. They're very handy. I've mentioned it before. I even did a little video why I still, with all my modern knives, and I've started my collection with modern knives, Civivi, Kaiser, you know, manufacturers like that, Kershaw. I always still carry a traditional with me though. And it's kind of funny because the traditional knives that I carry tend to do most of the work. It's not like I'm in, you know, if it's an emergency or one of my hands is occupied, yeah, I'll grab my modern knife because they generally can all be used one-handed. They're quick to deploy in an emergency. But for the most part, when I'm just going out my day to day, I have boxes I have to cut up, packages to open, cords to cut, you know, ropes to cut. That came out too. Okay, well, that's pretty clean already. You know, cords to cut, ropes to cut. More often than not, I'm pulling out my traditional because I'm not in a rush, and they'll do most of the grunt work. And another reason why I tend to do that a lot is I tend to save my moderns for emergencies in the event that I need something that I need to deploy quick, because I can't really deploy a traditional very quickly. They're generally double-handed. So that way I always have an extremely sharp modern knife that I can deploy in an emergency situation, since the knives like this I tend to use for most of my grunt work. And these tend to be super easy to resharpen, and I'll always have something sharp on hand. What's this color called? Originally, before I toasted it, it's called a pocket worn gray bone crandall jig. Let me make sure I'm looking. Let me make sure I'm right on this one. This is the box it came in. Here we are. Yeah, pocket worn gray bone crandall jig Sodbuster Jr. And this I got from Chasing Blades on Whatnot. I believe that's the price I paid. A lot of times they'll have different prices written down on them. I think this is like the retail price right there. This might be the price that I paid. But originally just a pocket worn gray bone that I just toasted with a cooking torch to add those little to burn the raised edges on the jigging. Because if you've ever seen a tin roof, Case came out with a knife called a tin roof, and it's essentially a gray bone that they've burned or toasted themselves, and it looks very similar. The jigging's different, but otherwise it looks very similar. And so I wanted to do my own take on a tin roof, which is why I burned this one. So I like toasting some of my stuff, just a personal touch to some of my knives. Obviously, you can't torch everything, but I find it fun. I end up with a unique knife, and it's just a fun thing to do. Where did I put that sunshine cloth? Because I keep moving stuff around as I'm talking, and I keep forgetting where I'm putting stuff. There it is. I've only started burning or toasting knives, customizing knives, however you want to put it, a couple months ago. But I've been finding I've been enjoying it a lot. It's just fun. Some of it experimentation, and you know, some people don't like to do it. I'm having fun with it. And I've always wanted to do one of these Sodbuster Juniors with a burn. I'll probably buy another one at some point, just so I can have a gray bone, like untouched. But this one I got as a giveaway win from Chasing Blades. And I've been wanting to get one to toast, so I figured now is as good time as any. And then now what I'm going to do is we just finished burning this. I just cleaned it. I'm running the sunshine cloth because what's going to happen is these things are awesome for putting a nice shine, even on the bone. And I'm not seeing any pin cracks, which is great, because that's always a worry when you're toasting a knife. And this should shine up that bone and the ridges up nicely. Yeah, I've just been having a lot of fun testing this out. And you got to understand, like somebody was mentioning, like somebody mentioned they ruined a knife. Somebody mentioned that I ruined a knife. I mean, so far I've liked everything that I've toasted. Not everybody's gonna like it, but I'm just basically doing what Case does. I'm just doing it at home. Because Case essentially does pretty much the same thing. When they like the burnt amber bones, they're just essentially torching their own knives and then putting it out for sale. Like the tin roofs are essentially gray bones that they've toasted, just different jigging. There we go. Now we got a nice glossy sheen on the bone. I don't know if it comes out on the camera at all, but I like it. So now I've got at least kind of a set. Where did I put my other one? Because I did this before on another gray bone, which now I don't know where I put. There it is. No, that's the green apple I burned. I keep misplacing my shit. That's that. I might as well pull out. That was a sky blue that I burned. This is a green apple that I burned. What the hell did I just do with that other? There it is. Get over here. But this is the second gray bone that I did. The first gray bone I did was a mini trapper. I basically wanted to do the same thing. There's the mini trapper that I did a few weeks back. I thought it's one of my favorite looking ones. So I couldn't wait to get the Sodbuster in and do that. That in a slip. And I have a slip all ready for this guy. I'm just going to wax the blade. We've got it all nice and oiled. Get rid of the excess oil that's running out of the spring there. Nice and shined up. Then what I'm going to do, since this is a carbon steel, I like to apply a little wax to the blade. What do I do with my coffee? Thank you very much. I appreciate it. I enjoy it. I have fun. Not to say that I haven't cracked a knife. Now, again, I've mentioned it before. I don't know if it's because I dropped it or if it's from the heat, from burning it. But I have cracked a knife. It's just one of the... what's the word I'm looking for? It's a possibility that it can happen. You just got to know that going in. Which is why I have a thermometer on hand when I do this. I'm always paying attention to the temperature. I don't let it get too high. Oh, you know what? Oh, does this still have a burr? I didn't even look. A lot of case knives that I get out of the box will have a burr. And then what I'll do is I'll remove the burr and they end up becoming razor sharp. I don't feel it. Oh, this one doesn't have a burr. Interesting. Okay. A lot of times I'll get a case knife and right out of the box it'll have a small burr. And I just run it over my work sharp. That burr comes off immediately and the thing ends up razor sharp. This one didn't have one. And I could already feel the edge. Ooh, that's sharp. So I don't know if that came out of the factory or if I removed the burr myself and just completely forgot about it. That is a strong possibility. I know a lot of people like their carbon steel to patina. I don't have a problem with carbon steel patina, developing a patina. But I have so many of these. Now, while I'd like to carry a lot of my Sodbuster Juniors, I have a rotation that I go through, and I'll carry a different one every day. So there's a good chance this could sit around for a little while. and I don't want anything happening while it's sitting around before I have a chance to notice it, and then finding out that I've got like some really bad like rust spots or something. So I always like to add some wax to my carbon steel blades just to be on the safe side. There we go. Then we're good. You like buying the older case knives, terrible luck with the notes? I've been pretty lucky. I think I've had, and I can't remember where I got it from. I think I've had like maybe one case knife that had like a weak spring to it. What ends up happening is the edge will wrap against the spring when you close it, and then you'll end up with a little rolled spot. I think I had one case knife that did that. I can't remember which one it was, because what I ended up doing is I sharpened it down just a hair and, slightly reprofiled it. It still looks like to the point of where you probably couldn't tell that it had been done, but I was able to remove just enough that when I snapped it closed, it didn't hit the spring or it wouldn't roll the edge anymore. But I think that's the only time I really had a problem with the case knife. So I think I've been pretty lucky. But that's another reason why I go to, hey, Mike, how you doing? Nice to see you. That's one of the reasons why I buy a lot from Chasing Blades, is when he runs his shows, he goes through and he goes over every knife. Like before you even have a chance to bid on something, he'll be like, hold on a second, and he'll take it out of the box. He'll give it a good once over. And if it has something like a bad case of blade rub, something seems off on it, if there's a slight hairpin crack, if he notices a hairpin crack, nope, he puts it back in the box and he's sending it back off the case. He will not sell you a bad case. If he can help it, he won't sell you a bad case. He goes over the knife, and then as long as it passes his judgment, then he'll go ahead and auction it off. Excuse me. He will not. He simply refuses. Like, and I think some people have asked him, like, can I buy that at a reduced price since it's got that? And I don't think he'll even do that. Or at least I don't recall him ever doing that. If it has bad blade rub, or if something's off, loose blade, or if it's slap it against the spring, no, he'll box it up. He's like, nope, we'll get another one, or he'll sell you a different one. And that's one of the reasons why I like going to him. And I think that's probably one of the reasons why I've got a lot of decent case knives from, that I've been pretty lucky, is because he's already, a lot of my case knives have come from, not every case knife, but a lot of my case knives have come from him. And since he goes over them, my luck with them has been pretty good. Now, the only thing about them is, like I said, a lot of case knives that I get will have a small burr, like they didn't finish the edge. And I've heard different stories about that. Like I've heard a few people say, oh, they leave that burr that way, it's never been sharpened or anything, which I think is kind of weird. Because there's a lot of knife makers that come out with their knives that, they're don't have a burr, they're perfectly sharp out of the box and stuff. But at the same time, even if it has that small burr, it's really easy to remove. And about like 99% of the time that I've had one with a burr, once I've removed that, you can shave with it. The thing's razor sharp. So even if I get a case knife with a burr on it, it doesn't bug me, because I know once I've removed that burr, it's good to go. And it's going to be sharp as hell. But this one is now good to go. Actually, I think I have a slip for this one ready. Oh, God. My chair is really creaky. Yeah, it should be sharp. No burrs out of the pocket. Yeah, it's weird. Because the case knives are the only ones that I've noticed that are like that. And it also depends on the case knife. If it's a case knife, if it's a modern style case knife, I've never noticed anything with that. It's only on the traditionals where I'll notice there's a little burr. And like I said, I just run it over the strop real fast. The burr is gone, and I can shave with it. That's why it's never bothered me. Actually, since this is out here, I have so many of these leather slips. Okay, we toss that. And in it goes. And that'll form well in there. Now I have my tin roof ready to go. And done. Yeah, I've heard goofy explanations for it. Now, not every case knife I've gotten. I've gotten a lot of traditional knives that haven't gotten a burr on it or haven't had a burr on it. I don't know what the deal is. If it was something where I could, like, if the burr was like really bad, yeah, I can see why people would be unhappy. Lego. Like this one. Now I don't recall if I removed the burr, if there was one on there originally. I don't think there was, because I when I know I'm gonna burn a knife, I don't do anything with the knife until I burn it. And since I knew I was gonna burn this one, I didn't do anything like clean it, oil it, whatever. Because I especially oil it, because I didn't want any oils to be in the bone, because it makes it harder to get a good burn on it. So I'm guessing there wasn't a burr on this to begin with. That's sharp as hell. But I haven't had a problem with it. Like I said, it comes off really easily. And I actually enjoy sharpening my knives. So you notice on the Stockmans that they all have wonky. I don't collect Stockmans, so I couldn't really say. My favorite patterns are Sodbuster Juniors, trappers of all sizes. I like trappers of all sizes. Mini trappers, regular trappers, tiny trappers. I don't have too many tiny trappers though, because they have a tendency to like fall in a place and get lost. And baby docks are my three favorite patterns to collect. I have other patterns, just not in the same quantities. Like I've got a lot of Sodbusters. I've got a lot of trappers. I've got a lot of baby docks. I might have, I know I have a muskrat coming in, a 6.5 muskrat that I should hopefully have by the beginning of next week. I'm hoping. A muskrat, which will be my first case muskrat. But generally, it's those three patterns that I like to collect the most. After that, like, you know, Stockmans, I have a couple Rough Rider Stockmans. I think they're neat, but I think I'm fine with like 2 blades at most, because once I start getting over 2 blades, I tend to cut myself more. And then I don't like them so much because they bite me. So I love my trappers. I love my trappers. I love my Sodbusters. Yeah. Congresses, no thank you. Everybody agrees that Congresses tend to bite you the most. I mean, I'm just fine with trappers. I like my trappers. No, I do like unique stuff. Like I unboxed this earlier today. I was showing off. This came in just today. Was this Rough Rider Marlin Spike? Because I used to do a lot. I still do now and then do a lot of stuff with paracord, and I just thought this was a really neat knife. Got this in the Rough Rider in blue denim, and this is only what, 20, 30 bucks. A big hunk. Oh, this knife was sharp. It's got a hell of a snap. I ran this over some magazine paper. This just swam right through. Rough Rider impresses me sometimes. Like, for the price of their knives, they're surprisingly good. And when you're talking about some of their knives being like less than 10 bucks, it's impressive. Let me close this before I spill oil everywhere. But, oh, you know what? I was going to start doing anytime I do my videos, a lot of times I'll test the knife out by cutting through magazine paper, because magazine paper tears very easily. And also you can look at the cut and you can see if it's nice and smooth, or even though it might go through the paper easily, you can see if it's tearing through the cut as opposed to really slicing through the paper. That's why I like using magazine paper. But one thing I wanted to do is start collecting a lot more of these and try. I want to see if this will do it, because this was a really sharp blade. Now I'm going to stop because I don't want to cut my mat. I just realized I don't have a cutting mat there, and I like my knife mat. That was nice. A little bit of debris on that edge. This thing was sharp. Like, I was surprised at how sharp this thing was. Where's my magazine paper? And I just opened that today. Actually, I haven't even cleaned this one. I should clean this one. This thing is crazy sharp. Like, that surprised me out of this Rough Rider. And I got this because A, it's just unique. It's neat, the Marlin spike. And since I did stuff with paracord, I have regular Marlin spikes, not with a blade, but just the spike itself that I used for, helping with making paracord stuff. That Chasing Blades had one of these. I just thought it was really cool. Decided I had to get it, and it wasn't very expensive at all. So I figured, what the hell, why not? Great freaking snap on the blade and the spike itself. And it was just really cool. It just shocked me how sharp that thing was. I should, because I didn't clean this one out. Now, Rough Riders do sometimes get pretty gnarly inside. Let's see how this one is, because I didn't take a quick look. Rough Riders can sometimes be pretty gnarly inside. They're great knives because they're very cheap. They have a they have a lifetime warranty. And a lot of times you can get a Rough Rider for like under $10, depending on the Rough Rider. I mean, and even their more expensive stuff, like their Reserve. I mean, I think the most expensive Rough Rider I've seen might have been like $40, $50 at most. And that's like their high-end Rough Rider. They do have some unique stuff, though. Some really cool stuff. But for like $10, some of their like trappers and stuff just kind of hard to beat. Now, granted, yes, they are inexpensive. I have had, on average, if you were to compare the two, like Case versus Rough Rider, I've had more Rough Riders that were a little wonky or like not exactly perfect. But when I consider I only paid like maybe $8 for it, I'm okay with a little wonky. Worst case scenario, I return it and get another one. But for the most part, they've been pretty darn good. Like, this is crazy nice. A lot of the ones that I have are really, really nice. I think the biggest problem I've ever come across on Rough Riders is probably a weak spring on their workman knives. And when I say workman knives, it's like their version of the Sodbuster or Sodbuster Jr. It doesn't happen all the time, but I have noticed a few workman knives, like the Sodbuster Jr. types from Rough Rider, where the edge, if they snap too hard, it's like, it usually happens because the spring is weak. But sometimes on those single blade work knives, the edge will snap against the spring, like I've mentioned before, and then you'll end up, if you look at the edge, you'll see a little spot where it just rolled. I don't see it that often, but when it comes down to it, I've had, like, out of all the cases I've had, I've had one that had that weak spring, and after I reprofiled it just a hair, it's perfectly fine. Rough Rider, I generally only see it on their workman knives, their single bladed workman knives. Not all that often, but maybe 2 out of 10 might have been like that. The worst culprits tend to be the low end, and I'm talking about like $5 like frost cutlery or steel warrior knives. I've had good steel warrior knives and good frost cutlery, but those I've seen tend to have the most issues when it comes to being either just really dirty or the blade will slap against the spring and then you end up with a spot that's kind of that dulls out when it closes. So I don't get too many frost cutlery. Those are like your cheap traditionals. Rough Riders, though, on average, are surprisingly nice. And again, for a knife that's only costing you anywhere from $8 to $50 at the most, they're pretty damn good. Like this one, like I said, this was probably around 20 to 30 bucks, and this one shocked the hell out of me with that snap and how sharp that thing is. It's just really, really nice. Now we've got some oil in the pivot area, clean that up. We're going to get some oil in that well. And I believe this is stainless steel. Yeah, 440A. So we'll get a little bit oil down in the well there. Let that run down, make sure that's nicely oiled in there. Actually, this does look pretty clean. I thought maybe it was just shadow I was looking at. Now that I'm looking at it in a better light or better angle, that's actually a really clean well. Like I mentioned before, case knives on average tend to be the cleanest. Even though the funny thing is, I've mentioned before, while their case knives tend to be the cleanest on average, like the least amount of gunk in there, there was one knife I got from Case that was pretty gnarly in there. So they were the cleanest on average, but they were also one of the dirtiest knives I've ever had to clean in one instance. Thankfully, it was just that one instance. Okay, so I've removed the majority excess oil on there, so that's nice. We'll let the rest of the oil run out, and we'll do the Marlin spike as well, just to make sure it's nice and clean in there at the pivot. I go through so many of these little mascara brush things. You'd think I would be doing a lot of makeup. Yeah, surprisingly clean on this one too. This one's a pretty good. This was a pretty good example of a good Rough Rider. Snap is even better. That knife frightens the crap out of me. That blade scares the crap out of me because of that snap. And it is not hitting the spring. I'm not seeing any dulled edge. Not a single spot. That's awesome. I'll just wipe that down. And then this is good to go. And I don't know where I'm going to store this thing. I never really planned on getting it. I just thought it was a really neat knife, and it was really inexpensive. Yikes. Snap frightens me. Their bow trapper looks nice. They have so many different series in Rough Rider. I've got quite a few. One of my favorites was their tortoiseshell ones, which I thought looked really neat. I also collected a lot of their lady legs. I don't know what it is about lady legs. I just think they're funny. And so I've collected nearly every lady leg I could find from Rough Rider. And those things are like maybe, anywhere from $8 to $12, I think, a pop. And if you don't know what I'm talking about, lady leg, it's a unique knife. It's not for everybody. I fell in love with them just because they're weird. And they reminded me of that movie, A Christmas Story. I got them in this knife roll here. Got a few knives in this knife roll. Some Remingtons in here. But these are lady legs. These aren't all the lady legs I have. This is just a small portion that I didn't have boxes for. But this is a lady leg. This is one of my favorites. I forgot what they call it, but it's got a Chevy badge on it. Malachite, maybe? An amber, I think. Lady leg knife. There you go. The copper ones look great. I have a few copper ones. There we go. Ugh. That's a lady leg. Little tiny knife will fit in your little fifth pocket of your jeans. They're just unique. They're goofy looking. I like them. I love these things. I don't know what it is about them, but I just love them. Maybe it's because I'm a leg guy. I don't know. But I just thought they're really neat. And so I've collected like every lady's leg that I could find from Rough Rider. I think I have a few from other manufacturers as well. I think Queen had a couple of them that they've made. But I generally only see them from Rough Rider. But all my other Rough Riders are currently in another storage box until I can figure out how I want to store them. I'm finding out I really got to order that other hard case that I've been planning on that holds like 90. I can probably put the majority of my case knives in that thing. I can free up some space in my closet. There we go. And then we didn't clean. What am I missing? We cleaned the Marlin spike. I'll put that back in the box for now. I think I didn't clean this one. This is the other knife that I got from Chasing Blades. Did I do the mini trapper also? I don't think I did the mini trapper. I'm just going over all the knives I got and giving them a good cleaning while I chat with you guys. Imperial makes some decent ones. Imperial Schrade, they make some decent ones. I'd put them at the same level as Rough Rider, maybe a tad higher, depending on the model. Let's do this next. I don't think I oiled or did anything with this one. This is one of the other ones I got earlier this week that I showed. We're going to do a cleaning on this. This one is a black curly oak hunter, single-bladed hunter. I just love the look of that wood. I don't have too many hunters, but this one's gorgeous. This one was hard to ignore. But we're going to do a quick oiling because I don't think I did an oiling on this one or cleaning. And then just chatting it up with you guys. So yeah, if you have any questions or anything, when I say questions and anything that I can answer, first of all, I'm no expert. I can only speak from my own experiences. I've been collecting for years. However, I'm always still just learning new stuff every freaking day. Like I just got into collecting Spyderco, and there was a lot I didn't know about Spyderco that I found pretty interesting. I've ignored them for the most part because I thought they weren't very pretty looking. I thought Spydercos all looked kind of weird. And I finally picked up my first Spydercos a couple weeks ago, and I've fallen in love with Spyderco. And there was a lot of stuff that I was learning about a lot of models that they had that I did not know. Like I got the last one I got was called a Native 5. And that thing doesn't even have, like a lot of them run on washers, but they're super smooth. And I found out the Native 5 that I bought wasn't even on washers. It's just straight FRN scales against steel. Yet it's super smooth. Like, oh my God, how smooth is that thing? And that's, where is it? Did I put it in the box? I put it in my case. Where is it? I'm gonna pull it out because I'm talking about it now. Yeah, they're not gonna win any beauty contests. I still think they're goofy looking. but you're just what you said. They perform. They're not made to win beauty contests. They're made to work. And this is the Native 5 I got. And I was surprised to find out there was no washers on this. There's not even any liners on this thing. Yet, this thing's great. Now, there is a version of this. This is a lightweight version. This one's in their Spy 27 steel. This is the lightweight version. They have a regular version that does have steel liners, does have washers, but it's like considerably more expensive. I think this one normally runs around 130, 140. The one with washers and liners, the regular one, the non-lightweight, runs about over $200. But it's shocking to me that here's a blade with no washers in it, no liners, yet it's nice and rigid. There's no flex, and it's smooth as silk on that pivot. I couldn't believe it. Like, I thought it had washers in it, and then somebody corrected me in my comments, and I'm like, really? And I took another look at it, and I'm like, no kidding. So yeah, I'm always learning something new. And that's another reason why I like holding these lives is I enjoy talking about knives. I'm happy to answer any questions I have about stuff I have in my collection. But there's a lot of you guys are so informative. I learned so much in just talking with you guys and chatting with you guys. I love doing this. And it just makes these lives and the videos that I make super fun. And so I will say, if I haven't said it before, thank you to everybody that comments and likes to chat. Because otherwise, you know, I'm kind of like swimming around blind a lot of times, learning stuff for myself. And it's good to get others' input. This one looks pretty clean on the inside. I haven't gotten any of their Warncliffe blades. Those look extremely weird to me. Like, it took me a long time before I finally settled down and went, okay, I'm going to get myself a Spyderco. I want to see what because it occurred to me I felt I couldn't really say anything about Spyderco other than the fact that I didn't like the way they looked. But anything else about them, I couldn't really say anything because I didn't have one. I felt like I couldn't really comment too much on it. So I finally decided to picked up a Para 3 and a Sage 5 at the same time. Those were my very first Spydercos. And those were the two that seemed to be like the most popular, aside from the Para 2. The reason why I got the Para 3 and the Sage 5 was because of blade length. I wanted something 3 inches or less so I could easily carry it around and not have people freak out. So I got those two, and I was utterly amazed at how nice they were. And they surprised me. And I've made videos on them already, and I've mentioned, like, I get it now. I get why people like them so much. They're a bit on the pricey side. I am going to say that's probably my biggest complaint about them, is other than the fact that they look weird. You are paying a pretty penny for those. Thankfully, I got a pretty good deal from Chasing Blades. They had a special one because Spydercos aren't something they normally carry, but they held a special show at their distributor, and I managed to get a really good deal on both. So I lucked out. And if it wasn't for that, I probably still wouldn't have a Spyderco in my hands. If they didn't have if I didn't happen to have a chance at a good deal from Chasing Blades on those. But yeah, they're absolutely amazing. Yeah, I just couldn't get over how they looked. And then I finally decided, like, if I want to talk anything about Spyderco, I at the very least need to have one in hand, get some experience with them. So, because like I said, I can't say anything about them because I haven't used one. I've never held one. All I've ever done before is look at them. And all I could comment on was how goofy they looked and how overpriced they might seem. But like I said, I get it now. Now, granted, yeah, I still think they're costly because yeah, they are They are pricey. But at the same time, Spyderco's been in the business for a long time. They know their steels. I did a little digging. They started out as like, I think, like a knife sharpening type company. I don't know exactly how that company was in the knife sharpening business, but they started out in regards to knife sharpening, made their own knives. They've been in it a long time. They know their metallurgy. They know how to make the most of the metals that they use. So there's no question. There's generally no question on whether or not the steel that you get is going to be well heat treated and things like that. They know what they're doing, and again, they're not. I don't. The way it looks is they're not trying to win a beauty contest. They want a knife. They're trying to provide a knife that performs well, do what you need it to do, can take for a folder, can take a pretty good beating, and will last. And I think they've done it. And while they won't win a beauty contest, they're definitely in the top tier of my favorite knives, simply based on performance. When I mentioned before that I got a hair whittling edge using this work sharpener, hair whittling. Like, I even took a picture, I put it on Instagram, shows how I had split a hair in half lengthwise. After sharpening and holding a blade. It was with a pair of 3. And the pair of 3 and Sage 5 that I have are both in Magna Cut. That was another requirement that I wanted. I wanted my first knives to be in Magna Cut steel. It was with a pair of 3 with a Magna Cut steel, and you can see I split that hair, and I have thin hair. I split that hair a good amount lengthwise with that blade. Yeah, function over form. Function over form. I don't know why I had to think about that for a little bit. And we are going, it's this guy right here. These are my 2 first Spydercos that I got. There's a pair of 3. This one required some break-in, though. It appears like anything made in the US requires a little bit of break-in, because it felt really tight at the pivot. But now, after I've had a chance to break it in, this thing is, I mean, yeah, I'm still getting used to the goofy look on the blade. Oh, but I like it so much. Admittedly, my favorite out of the 2 is the Sage 5, because I kind of prefer the blade shape. Because a lot of times when I'm doing cutting, I'll hold the blade like this. If I'm doing like detailed, like I'm cutting around something. And this is just so much more comfortable to hold in this fashion than the pair of 3. The pair of 3 has that much bigger hump, that goofy shape with a straight clip. So it feels weird. I mean, I can still hold the knife like that, but it feels weird. It feels a little weird in the hand when I do it this way. I don't know. It's something to get used to. I mean, I can still use the blade. It's a very agile blade. This is the one that, like I said, I split a hair with. But it's just, I don't know. It's just not as comfortable. I still like it. I'm not saying that I don't like it because of that. These are 2 of my favorite knives right now. It's just this one, I like a hair better. I like a hair better than that Sage 5. And I love the compression lock. I know they have a Sage 6 with a button actuated compression lock. Maybe eventually I'll pick that up. Right now, I'm perfectly happy with this thing. And oh my God, this knife. And so these were my first 2 Spydercos. And then eventually I picked up, because those were the 2 that everybody seemed to talk about. I picked up a Delica. I called it immersion therapy because it had the weird looking knife shape. So I figured if I surrounded myself with more of that knife shape, I'd get more used to it. I picked up the Delica, was the next one I picked up. This one is in their Spy 27. Then I showed you the Native 5 was the last one, also in Spy 27, because I wanted a Spy 27 steel. It's growing on me. It's growing on me. You got to work on your tracker. Need a belt sander to hog off some steel. You gotta show some like as you move along pics, like as you progress, some progression pictures. That's what I'm saying. I'm trying to say. I want to see some progression pictures. Check out this tracker that you're making. Now I still had some oil running off of this one. This might have to sit out of the box for a little while because I think I had more excess oil than I thought. Actually, one thing I forgot to do with this. There's still some oil on that blade, so or the scale. Let's clean off that spring. A little bit of stuff in there, but not really much anything. Oops, wrong rag. There we go. That'll help soak up some of that oil that I had running off in there. And then last one I'm going to clean is this. This was one of the new knives I got last week. I had a full-size 6.5 trapper. He got a mini trapper, and I thought that'd be really cool to have. I love the Wharncliffe blades on the 6.5s. They're just awesome. Wharncliffe and Sheep's Foot being some of my favorite blades. Blade profiles. We're going to give this a quick cleaning or quick oiling. I don't see much on it. I got a sniffle. Hang on a second. There we go. Your first knife was a trapper? And you can't find it? Oh no! Maximate is some crazy stuff, yes. I've heard Maximate is some really insane stuff. I'm curious about it. Ooh, this had some stuff on it. The only thing is I prefer, now I do have a lot of carbon steel knives or stainless steel knives. Just by virtue of, that's the only way they come in and things like that. I generally prefer stainless steel because I'm in the Midwest. And no, I don't live near an ocean or anything like that. I'm not getting salt spray. But in the Midwest, we tend to have pretty extreme weather. We'll swing one way. Like this winter has been crazy. And then to, hot, humid days during the summer. Then, I'll get sweaty if I'm out there. And so because of the extremes, I prefer my knives to have a decent amount. I prefer them to be stainless steel and have some corrosion resistance, especially like during the winter. If I'm carrying a knife and say I have it out of my pocket and then I'm bringing it into a warm environment, then water tends to condense on spots. I don't want to have to worry about it. And that's coming from somebody that does try to take pretty darn good care of their knives. Like I'm waxing my knives, I'm oiling my knives, I'm wiping them down all the time when I'm using them. So I do take pretty good care of them. At the same time, I do prefer them to be stainless steel when possible. That's one of the reasons when I got my first Spyderco, one of my requisites was something 3 inches or less, because I live in a state where blade length tends to be restricted, and then Magna Cut, because Magna Cut happens to be my favorite overall knife steel. So that's why I went with those. But I've heard a lot of stuff about the K390, Maximate, Rex 121. The only thing is I'd be afraid that, now, again, I don't have a problem with patina, but I'd hate for them to be neglected to the point where they start to rust, because I have so many knives. If I carried a different knife every day of the year, I wouldn't be able to carry every knife. I've got a little crazy. And while something like that, I mean, I'm at the point where even my favorite knives, like the 4 Spyderco I have, and I have a few others that I like to carry on a daily basis. Some of them, like my Civivi, one of my favorite knives to carry is a Civivi Cubit. They're not very expensive. I think like 50, 60 bucks, but still one of my favorite knives to carry. And I can only put so many in a rotation before some start to sit in storage for a bit. And I wouldn't want something happening to something like, like a Maximate or K390, because I don't believe K390 is stainless either. Eventually, I'm sure I'll get one. But as for right now, in regards to Spyderco, I think I'm good. They're kind of pricey. I don't have the money to keep doing this. Like, I don't know if I'll ever financially recover. It's bad enough that I have, like, some of my favorite manufacturers are, obviously I have a lot of case, but some of my favorite manufacturers are like Concept, Remet, Vosteed, even though I don't have that much Vosteed, QSP. I have a lot of knives from, especially from Remet on Concept. I really didn't need to add another addiction like Spyderco. But I did. Hey, Chris, is it Christy? Andy, wipe the Maximate at least once a week with a knife oil. While a nice patina is cool, I refuse to let that one get close to grow. See, that's kind of how I guess I'm fine with a patina, but I prefer to let it. I'd be worried that, like, as soon as a patina started to develop, it would set off like alarm signals in my brain, like, you're not taking good care enough. You're not taking enough good care of your blade. It's going to rust. And basically, what's going on in my brain is, you got it to the point to the patina. You're lucky. Don't let it get past that. That's like what's repeating in my brain. I have a weird brain. So that's there's a reason why I've come up with the EDC Squirrel. Even my gaming channel, I have the squirrel as a mascot, because my brain squirrels around way too much and does weird things. And so, yeah, that's the reason why I haven't picked up something like a Maximate or Rex 121 or something like that. It's because my brain starts to go, hey, you're not taking as good care of that knife as you should be, and now it's got a patina on it. This is your last warning before we start putting rust on the blade. And no, I don't do drugs. Okay, so there is a fair bit of gunk on this one, surprisingly. Like I said, on average, my case knives tend to be the cleanest knives out of anything that I collect. However, on occasion, I'll get that one case knife that might have a little gunk on there, and I think I found one. So, put a little bit. Thankfully, this has a half stop. I've run some oil down the well on one side. Yeah, there was some debris on this one. There we go. We got the snap back. I was a little worried there because it wasn't snapping down. Now it's back. I do like the half stop. Actually, the funny thing is, now let's see. It's snapping hard enough that it's bouncing, but it's not hitting the edge. So it's not the case of a weak spring. So that's good. But yeah, this one had not the dirtiest knife I've had, but a surprising amount of gunk. When I say gunk, usually what it is just like stuff from machining that just for whatever reason they didn't catch. Now, does this have, I didn't check this one. Does this have a burr on it? No, this one does not have a, well, maybe. Maybe. I'll run that over the strop. But this one. No, I don't feel a burr on this one. That's questionable. Usually if they have a burr, they have a burr. That one was a little hard to tell. Okay. We will ran some oil down this one. Actually, did it make it in the well? Good grief. I think I got it down the other well again. There we go. Which means I'll have to wipe off more excess off this thing. Yeah, this well, pretty clean. It was just that Warncliffe blade for some reason. Had a little bit of dirt in there. But this is why I go over every traditional knife. Whether it's Case, Rough Rider, I don't care if it's, I've got a couple Queen. Regardless of what it is, always take a little one of these brushes. And like I said, these are, I think they call them like micro mascara brushes. I know KPL sells them in packs of 50, but I think they're like $10 for a pack of 50. But if you look on Amazon, I like to say they're called like mascara brushes. I could be wrong. I have to look it up again. I got 500 for $10. And they're pretty much the same thing. So if you're looking for these little micro brushes, definitely go that route because I go through a lot of these. And if I only got the packs of 50, that would get expensive really fast. 500 of these suckers for $10? Hell yeah. Like that much better. Christine, wait, what? It's actually, oh, Christian. Oh, okay. I'm sorry, my my bad. Well, welcome to the stream. You have an 1840s wheat saw, an 1880 full-on field scythe with awesome patina on it. See, I've known on old knives, patinas can look amazing. Oh, and thank you, Jim. I really appreciate it. Really appreciate it. Thank you for the sub. Have a good night, Jim. Thanks for coming by. I've seen some beautiful knives with patinas. I've seen some Spydercos with some beautiful patinas on them. It just freaks me out because it feels like that it developed a patina because I wasn't taking good enough care. And like I said, that's how my brain works. I make no excuses. It's my brain's broken in that way. All right, so this one is nice and clean. Ooh, how thick the bone is on this guy. I love that. As Mike from Chasing Blades would say, this got some hips. So that's nicely oiled and cleaned. I'm going to have a hard time not staring at this thing. The black curly oak looks amazing. So glad I finally picked this one up. I wish it did come with a sheath, though. I don't know why they don't make a sheath for their single-bladed hunters. I was going to say something else, but I can't remember what I was going to say. I was working on cleaning these things. And I lost track of what I was saying. Ugh. All right, hang on a second. Where's my coffee? I need more coffee. Keep drinking coffee like this. I'm going to have to hit the washroom again, though. Oh, God. But I hope you guys are enjoying. I'm doing this. There's like, I have no real, like, what's the word I'm looking for? I had no real goal with doing these lives. Essentially, all I wanted to do was, I got some, I got to the point where I started the channel. And my intention was just to do videos, which I still do videos. And I thought, it came up and I got these new knives and I was like, why don't I share what I got for the week? And then we'll go from there. And really all the big reason why I do this live on Saturday is I just like chatting with people about this stuff. It's fun. I mean, this is one of those hobbies, like I have a hobby that I enjoy. I know there are other people out there that enjoy this hobby as well to different, varying degrees. This I thought was a great way to connect with people with the same interest and just share and learn. There's gonna be some times where I might not have so many knives to share, new knives to share, and it's just gonna be me chatting about stuff, what's new in the knife world, things like that, and just learning. And that's the big thing. Other than that, there was really no real plan to it. Other than just enjoying my time with other like-minded people. And like I said before, this is one of the best ways I have to learn, because otherwise I'm digging on my own. I'm most of the stuff I learn about is when people bring it up, and it's like, oh, okay, well, now I got something to take a look at and read about and learn more about, and next thing you know, I've got 3 new knives in hand. I was talking about drinking more coffee and having to go to the bathroom. I gotta go to the bathroom again. I'll be right back. I think that's a good signal that I should probably stop drinking coffee, because that's like twice today. William, how you doing? The FOMO is real. The FOMO is definitely real. Found a common interest in games during a raid, then said knives, and then you were like, hey, there you go. Yeah, the FOMO is definitely real. I do have a thing for, admittedly, like limited edition stuff. I gotta be careful with that, because it's so easy to lose my mind with a lot of that stuff. Did I do the burnt bacon bone? No, I did clean the burnt bacon bone. Okay. I think I cleaned all the new knives that I got today, so we're good. I have a thing for a lot of limited stuff. I do have some stuff that is now harder to get, like exclusives, things like that. Trying to think, like, for example, and I keep telling myself I shouldn't be doing this, because I'll get an exclusive, and I like to try and use a lot of the knives that I have. I mean, they're knives, they're tools. I kind of feel like they need to be used. At the same time that I end up with knives that I'm scared to use. Like, for example, okay, here's an example. This is a knife that I love to use. It's a hardworking, awesome knife. This is a Demko 80 20.5, the Shark Lock. Love this thing. It's awesome. No problem using it. And then I have a knife like, let me pull one out that's kind of an exclusive. Where is it? This one. This is, for those that know, this is a Remet Wild Series. Now, normally, your budget end Remet Wild Series would look like this. Okay. Awesome knife. I really like this knife. This was a Blade City. You can see the logo on the pivot. This was a collaboration between Remet and Blade City, done in copper carbon fiber. Also with a 14C28N steel blade, I believe. Almost twice as much as your standard budget Wild Remet or Wild Series. I think these are normally around like $50. And these, I think, ran at 90. They had a limited run. So now you're good luck trying to find this for anywhere close to $90. I believe they only made either 50 or 100 of these in the copper carbon fiber. Then that was it. And I always get into it. It looks beautiful. Can't wait to get that and carry it in the pocket. And then I realize they don't make many of these. they're not going to make any more of these. Do I really want to carry it in my pocket now? Because if anything happens to it, I'm never going to be able to replace this guy. Which is why I'm trying to stay away from these, but sometimes they're so hard not to want. Even though like I don't want to, because you can't replace them, you don't want to lose them. This one's a best tech. This is a, what do they call this? This was a first run. This color for this best tech, only 50 were made, and I've got this one serialized 14 of 50. Again, really pretty. I really like this knife. I would have loved to carry it, but I know I'm never going to be able to replace it if anything happens to it. So now it's become a safe queen. This one, I have another best tech that's like it. This one, another best tech. This color, this specific color. This was a first production run. 39 out of 100. And again, same dilemma. Now, granted, these are a little big, so I probably wouldn't have been able to carry it anyway. But even if the size wasn't an issue, it's one of those things where it's like, I love it. I can't do anything with it. I'm afraid to do anything with it because, and it's phenomenal. It's smooth. It's fast. Sharp blade. Love the look of this knife. And it's going to sit in my case. I can't do anything with it. So I'm afraid something's going to happen to it. And I can't replace it. I'd be more inclined to use something like this every day if I could carry something this size every day. Because I know I can still get another one. If something were to happen to it, I can replace it. No big deal to me. I mean, well, yeah, I'd be disappointed, but if something happened to it. But I don't have any qualms about carrying. Like I carry my 6.5 full trapper all the time. I have no problem carrying like the mini trapper or any of those other knives. But those limited edition ones, I really need to stray away from. I gotta stop doing that to myself. That and the more expensive stuff. I think that's why I took an immediate liking to the Spydercos. They've been doing the same. Like it's kind of like I want to see more innovation from Spyderco, and they're slowly doing more and more. But I actually kind of like the fact that I don't think they're that pretty. I have no problems pulling out my Para 3 and using, taking that with me during the day and using it. I have no issues with it. In fact, I like to use it. Same thing with the Delica, same thing with the Sage 5, same thing with the 85, or even the Demco. Because I know that if something were to happen, well, a lot of times they're warranted for one thing. So if something happens, and as long as I wasn't using it in a way that it shouldn't have been used, a lot of times I'll even cover it. But yeah, I'm trying to stay away from some of those limited things. Now I've already grabbed a bunch. Realized that when you realize that you've got a pretty piece of pocket jewelry that you can't use for fear of losing it or breaking it, I start to wonder why I have it. Nothing against having shiny, pretty things that they're just there to, be appreciated. I have a lot of those. Like the squirrel knives, for example. I don't plan on ever using those because they're just neat things that are associated with squirrels. And since I'm doing an EDC Squirrel thing, I don't have any intention to use them. They're more of like a mascot. But I'm finding my tastes are shifting to stuff that I won't have any problem using. I'd prefer to be able to carry my knives and use them. And I've got a lot of knives that I love, but can't for whatever, for one reason or another. Some of it is because I can't replace them when something happens. Others, I get googly-eyed and I think they're neat. And I grab them and then realize that I can't use them because they're too big. Like This was a concept. This is their hazard. And it's just a neat locking mechanism called a valley lock. Really cool blade. Really nice blade. Really big blade. Again, I live in a state where knife size or blade length is restricted, so carrying something, I mean, sure, I could carry something like this, no problem. But if somebody were to raise stink, like just happen to see me pull it out of my pocket, and even if I was just doing nothing but cutting rope or whatever, or opening a box, if somebody just happened to be like really testy about it, technically I can get in trouble. So I don't carry it around with me. And as much as I think this knife is really neat, it stays in the box. I don't get to use it like I'd really like to. So yeah, that's why I went with really specific requirements when I went for my Spydercos. I wanted to make sure that those could come around. Okay, pull this out of the case. There you are. Get back in there. So yeah, if you guys got any questions, we're nearing I normally run till 6. So let me know. I'd love to learn from you guys. What have you gotten? What's your newest thing that you've gotten? This is how I learn about a lot of new knives. I'm trying to think of anything that I have my eye on. And I have my eye on a few Keto knives. Unfortunately, they're kind of pricey. Keto is a manufacturer that I thought was pretty cool. I got some really neat stuff. Actually, probably for this year in terms of new releases, this is probably my favorite new knife for 2025. Because I don't see this being easy to beat. Under $100, I think they're around 70 to 80. So they're towards the budget end of things. I've carried this a lot, and it looks weird. But this is the Keto. Oh God, my brain just died. What the hell is it called? I love this knife, and Mini Griffin. That's it. Mini Griffin. And I got this one because I picked up this one. This was also a Blade City exclusive. This color, anyway. And this one is done in M390 with titanium scales. But because it's one of those exclusives, it ended up becoming, like I was talking about before, one of those where I'm afraid something happens to it. I'm never going to be able to replace this particular color. They do still sell this knife, just you're not going to get this color anywhere else. And to my surprise and to a lot of people's happiness, they came out with a G10 budget version of the Keto, because those things run about $200. The G10 Ketos run, like I said, around 70 to 80 bucks. But these are so nice. Instead of the M390, they have 14C28N steel, G10 scales, the G10 is this G10 insert. I don't know what their idea was when they made this, but you've got reversible pocket clip, you've got multiple methods of opening, you've got the thumb hole, front flipper, rear flipper, top liner lock, button actuated top liner lock, smooth as silk. All the methods of opening this blade, super easy to use. The lock is phenomenal. I don't have to think about using the front flipper. Super snappy. And even though it looks hard and angular, this thing is comfortable as hell. You can choke up really nice on this blade. This is probably my favorite new release this year. I forgot why I was talking about this thing. Oh, just a suggestion. If you're looking for something for a knife collector friend, this is probably my top recommendation when it comes to brand new knives. Even with other knives, this is just an amazing blade that I know I keep singing praises on this one anytime anybody asks, but it's such a good knife. It just sounds cool. But yeah, let me know if you have any other questions. I did my customization and really happy with it. There we go. That came out really nice. I'm going to enjoy carrying this one. I've got to show Mike from Chasing Blades how this came out. But I'm really proud of this one. My own version of the tin roof. Got some new blades or new knives for this week. So yeah, that's pretty much it. That was just sort of like question and answer time. Did you guys have any questions or anything? Or anything you'd like to share? Let me know. Otherwise, I'm just going to sit here for a little while, drink some coffee. I am out of coffee. Yeah, I got to sip. A little sip. That's all I had left. Otherwise, I'm just sitting here cleaning knives. Oh, God. Where did all that go? I have a mess I've got to clean up. Holy crap. Oh, no wonder that wasn't closing. I had my hat stuck in my case. Old Trapper brand. What do you mean old Trapper brand? Are you looking for an old Trapper brand? I can think of Uncle Henry, Rough Rider, Case, obviously. Uncle Henry's, Schrade, Remington, or is Old Trapper an actual brand? I'm not. If it is, I'm not familiar with it. Because I'm not familiar with it. I don't know. I don't know if that's a brand or something. I've got a lot of trappers. Trappers were some of my favorite ones to collect. I've got a lot of goofy trappers as well. Oh, this one was a nice one. This was the newest squirrel hunter that I got from Case. Again, a trapper. Yeah, these are all going into the display case that Morgan got me. This one, actually, I should be holding it this way because it's a scene of it says Squirrel Hunter. This one was a special find. Like, their distributor went out of their way to look for this thing for me. Apparently, they were a little hard to get. There's a little squirrel on a branch. You have a couple. You have a couple from World War II that missed the bad people stamp by 2 months. What do you mean by bad people stamp? Now, you told me you were a collector. I didn't realize how much of a collector you were. That's awesome. Just showcase your. You're gonna have to send you. Are you on the Discord? You'll have to send some pics. I added a link to my Instagram because I've been putting a lot of pictures on my Instagram for my knives. Just okay, I see. I get it now. But yeah, I've been putting a lot of pictures up on Instagram for in regards to knives, and I've been having fun doing that. Posting some photos. But if you're on the Discord, I put a link to my Instagram there. And there's a Discord for the EDC Squirrel channel. The link should be in the description. If you're not in it already, go join it. Put some of the pics up. I'd love to see some of this stuff. That's one of the reasons why I started the Discord. Is because this, great way to share pictures of, people that are in the stream, and I get to see what they have or what you guys have. So if you haven't joined it yet, go check out that Discord. Check out Schrade History on the end of World War II, and you'll find the. Oh, now I'm gonna look. Trade. Are they paratrooper knives? Cool. I don't know if they were paratrooper knives, but I'm looking at a lot of neat pictures now. Oh yeah, you gotta take some photos, man. That would be awesome to see. I'm still debating if whether I want to touch up the burn on. I think I want to leave it alone. I keep thinking I want to touch up the burn on the baby doc, but at the same time, this is how I got it from Case, and I don't know. I'm surprised I did as well of a job. I didn't think it was going to look that close to it, and it turned out it looks pretty damn close. My burn job looks pretty damn close to what they did. Put this back in there. Can't wait to get a picture. I'm going to be doing pictures later today. Taking some photos, putting them up on the Instagram, sharing with a few people. A couple buffalo skinners. You don't know the brand or type? I have most of my knives. The funny thing is I have all these Case knives, all these Rough Riders, and this is how bad my FOMO is. I didn't really start collecting traditional knives until earlier this year. I had a handful, and then I found Whatnot, and it essentially exploded. I've gotten so many traditional knives, especially from Case, in the last several months. It's become a little addictive. Oh, I remember now something that we were talking about earlier. First knives. I still have my first knife. Question is, where did I put that first knife? I actually, well, I don't know if I can say it's my first knife. It's the first knife. How do I put this? It's the first knife that I ever remember actually purchasing or getting on my own. And I think there it is. Yep, there it is. You had to change PCs. No burning questions. Any burning questions? I can help answer those. I'm still learning on the burning process myself, but I think I'm doing pretty good with it. This is the very first knife I ever remember purchasing on my own. And I'm surprised I still have it because it's gone from moving, from moves to, being tossed, and I spent a good deal of time in my tackle box, and I no longer have that tackle box. So how I still have the knife, I don't know. I've had this forever, as far back as my memory goes. Nice one, Terry. This is my very first knife that I ever remember buying. And I believe I got it from either one of two places. Because I can't remember where. I just remember getting it from, it was in a blister pack or something. It was either from Kmart or Sears. It's called Sharp. And I think you can still find these on eBay for 20 something bucks. And I don't recall how much it was when I got it, but I mean, being a kid, I can't imagine it was very expensive. Probably at best, at the most expensive that I can think about, might be 10 bucks. But that would probably have been kind of crazy for me to spend. This is the original sheath it came in, made in Taiwan. You can tell I've cut the sheath a couple times, shaved the edges for whatever reason. Still in really good condition. This has been through a few sharpenings. And I've used the pommel to hammer things. You can see a few dents in there, not really a whole lot. To hammer a few things, a few scrapes, and a little bit of, oh no, that's leather. Never mind. That's is that rust? No. Stainless steel. I don't know what kind of stainless. I'm gonna say it's either gonna be 440C or 420. something along those lines. A little bit of pitting, but not much at all. And it's the funny thing is, a lot of people say don't keep your knives in a leather sheath. They absorb moisture and stuff. This has always been kept for I'm going to say decades, because I know there's been times where I have not seen this knife. Like it's probably sat somewhere in storage for like a good decade or two, and then I'd re-find it again. But this has been in the sheath for like, it's probably spent decades in the sheath with really nothing. And when I say pitting, I honestly don't know if that was due to any rust, because I don't ever remember this thing even rusting, to be quite honest. So I don't even, the pitting might have just been already on there. I don't know. This has been used a lot. This has been used a lot. Like I said, I just recently put an edge on it. Probably a good couple weeks ago. And this should be pretty darn sharp. Eh. Okay, maybe not that sharp. Hold on. Where's a smaller one? That big one's gonna topple over. I have so many of these little. There we go. Little one, a little easier. Yeah, there we go. Still nice and sharp. Where's the magazine paper? I kind of like using magazine paper more because it tears so much easier. There we go. So yeah, I put an edge on this recently, a few weeks ago. But this sucker has been with me to an extent forever. I'm surprised I still have it. I can't believe I still have a hard time even believing I still have it until I hold it in my hand. Gets pitting from sheath moisture, possibly, but I've never noticed any rust on it. Like I don't recall ever having to polish any rust off of it, which is usually I figured if it was going to pit, there'd be some rust spots or something. But I don't recall ever seeing any rust. At least I can't remember. And I've had stainless steel rust before. I sent, I think Morgan purchased a claw from me that had quite a lot of rust. And like I said, it's because it collected dust. And I know the dust was collecting moisture, and that's how you got all these little rust spots on it. And you never told me, Morgan, if on how Brat was doing with that one. Oh, you won't get any on stainless steel. Oh, that's weird, because I've had stainless steel rust before. It's usually because it's been severely neglected and sitting out. Like that's why anything will really rust. But I just never noticed any rust on this at all, and I keep this in a special place now because of how long this has been. I never really appreciated this knife until like a couple years back, just because the fact that it's somehow managed to stay with me all this time. And this is an old knife. And I can't believe how, I mean, because I've thrown this in the tackle box countless times. There's a few dents in the handle, but not much. A few scratches on the pommel. Some scratches on the guard here. But otherwise, I mean, you'd think it wasn't used a lot. And I've done a lot with this thing. I mean, I was a kid. Think about what a kid would do. Prying stuff, cutting branches, obviously fishing lines, dealing with that stuff. Probably gutted a fair amount of fish on this thing. And I know at the time I probably was nowhere near meticulous when it came to like knife care. Like now, I'm pretty anal about my knife care. Like I'm always oiling, I'm cleaning, polishing. Like I said, I like to use wax on my carbon steel blades to make sure that they're going to stay corrosion free. So, and I buy oils and waxes and little tiny micro brushes to make sure everything stays well maintained. I wasn't anywhere like that when I owned that knife when I was younger. So how that managed to last that long, I don't know. Do they still make knives like that? I don't know. I don't think they make that particular. Oh wow, Brett got it all. You got to send me a picture, Morgan. I want to see that one. Yeah, neglected or poor quality stainless wheel. But in a sheet, yeah. See, I've heard a lot about that, and I've heard a lot of differing opinions because I've heard a lot of knife people talk about how never keep your knife in a leather sheath because it'll corrode, because of the moisture it collects. And I guess that depends also entirely on your, or not entirely, but also a good portion depends on your environment. And so I hear a lot of that from some knife people, like, yeah, never keep your knives in leather sheaths. I have so many knives in leather slips and sheaths. And I've heard from leather workers though that it depends on the leather. Most often, your knife will be perfect. According to some leather people that I've talked to, your knife will be perfectly fine in a leather sheath. So, yeah, I've heard a lot of differing stuff with that. But I think the most I've heard was from a lot of leather workers saying that it's perfectly fine. I keep a lot of my stuff is still in leather. I've got a lot of knives that are in leather sheaths that have been in leather sheaths for a long time. That knife I just showed you has been in a leather sheath, and I'm positive has been left alone in that leather sheath for decades at a time with no real ill effects. Like, I have no problem knowing that knife would handle pretty much anything I threw at it if I were to take it outdoors with me and, need it for like camping or something. Not that I'd go camping. It does depend on the leather. You have a fixed blade in a leather sheath in your drawer for years. Take it out maybe once a year, no corrosion. See, like I said, yeah, I hear so much stuff, so many differing things from people. All I can talk about really is my own experience, and so far, my own experience with leather is they've been fine. And like I said, I have I have a lot of stuff in leather. I have a lot of things in leather. Oh my freaking god. But because it's really easy to grab these and throw them in my pocket. Talk about a rotation. A lot of my case knives, I love these leather slips and these leather pouches. I don't think they call these slips. I love these things. They're just so handy to, carry and, slip in a pocket. That, and because they conform to the knife, yes, I buy a slip almost for every knife that I know I'm going to carry, with the exception of, like, say, the Crossroads, because all the Crossroads are shaped the same. I don't have to have a slip for every one of them. I have a couple slips that I use for my Crossroads, but I have like 4 Crossroads. I only have 2 slips. All the slips that I have are made from case currently, aside from a couple that are no name. This one's a no name brand. You can tell the difference though. Like, this no name brand is super thin, whereas the case ones are nice and decently thick. This one I use for my Kaiser slip joint. I forgot the name of this one. But this one is Damascus with acid etched, which is why you get the weird colors on the blade. I love this thing. Love it, love it, love it. But a nice modern slip joint. So case aren't the only slip joints I get. What the hell did I just do with it? There you go. I have a few modern, I call them modern slip joints because they tend to be more modern materials than your typical like case or Rough Rider. That one was a Kaiser. I have a couple from Civivi and I have one from Remet. The ones from Civivi I don't think they make this one anymore. I can't remember the name of this one. But it's a slip joint pocket clip. just really nifty. I don't think they make them anymore though. This one is like an Elementum slip joint, which I thought was really cool. I like their half stops on these. My favorite slip joint out of all these has to be probably the Kaiser and one more. And the reason why for the other one is because the other one is a squirrel knife made by Remet. It's called the Remet Squirrel. Where are you? There you are. The Remet Squirrel. Another modern slip joint. This one I think has M390 steel on it. Titanium, like oil slick titanium scales. I saw this. It had the name. It was called the Squirrel. It was one of those. It's called a Squirrel. I need it. Have to have it. There we go. That's an awesome. I love that thing. That's an awesome knife. Another one of those that I'm afraid to use though because I only have one of them. And and somebody joined the Discord. I just saw. Hi, Cyrus. Thanks for joining the Discord. But yeah, I hear so much stuff about the leather. Yeah, I tend to segue. You'll have to excuse me. I get distracted a lot. There's a reason why there's a squirrel in there. Oh, I should really order that other case. Because I need a way to store all these traditionals. There's a case I saw, a hard shell case, because I use these hard shell cases to put a lot of my knives. There's one that holds 90 knives. Damn thing's like $120 though. I'm really tempted to nab it today. And it probably won't be here till Monday. But I'm beginning to think I really need it. I think it would be a good spot for all my case knives. And I'm pretty sure 90 should be more than enough. I hope 90 is more than enough, at least for a good long while. Don't have too many coming in though, because like I said, Christmas. I'm a bit spent. Between this channel, my own inability to handle FOMO and the game channel. I'm good for this holiday season. I'm a little spent. So it might be a little while. I think I still have like a very small handful of nuts. I think I have the muskrat that's still on its way, and I have a Vosteed on its way that were late purchases on whatnot. And those I will show you guys this upcoming Saturday. But I think that's really all I have coming in, to be quite honest. I like those two knives. And then, I don't know, we'll talk about more stuff. So I think this is going to be it for tonight because it is just about 6 o'clock. I need to get some food in me. I haven't had anything since breakfast. So we will end it here and keep an eye out. I have more videos I'm going to be dropping on the channel. Hopefully soon. I've got to do a lot more video recording. I want to do more stuff other than just unboxing videos, like some of my favorites in my collection, maybe talking about things like traditional knives, like focusing on maybe hunters or trappers or docks and things like that. So look out for that. Hopefully I'll be getting a lot of those videos out this the upcoming couple weeks. I am on vacation, thankfully, so I'll have a lot more opportunity to work on those videos. I might try doing another live. I know I intend to do another live for my gaming channel, but there's a chance I might do another live for the knife channel, other than just this Saturday since I'm on vacation. I don't know yet. I kind of sort of like fly by the seat of my pants. So I'll have to think about that. So just keep your eyes open. If you haven't yet, hit subscribe, hit like if you enjoyed, and hit subscribe so that way you know when I drop a new video or when I go live. But thank you guys so much for all your support. We actually hit 500 So over 500 subscribers. You guys have been utterly amazing. This channel, or at least for me, has grown so fast in the short time that it's been up, and all thanks to you guys. Just share raid. I don't know. Do we have anybody we can raid? We can raid somebody. I don't know. I don't know who's. I know there's other knife channels. I could raid somebody. I don't know if there's who'd be up. I've got to follow more knife channels in here. I think let me take a look. I know there's been a few lives that I've seen, I've watched. I tend to run late, at least the video game channel, I tend to run late. So more often than not, nobody else is on when I'm done. I don't know if I can raid. Did I set this channel up for raids? I might not have set it up for raids. There's a possibility. Oh, no, I don't. I thought I did. Just in case, but oddly enough, I'm not seeing an ability to raid channel. Or it might be, maybe it's because I'm not able to yet. I don't know. That doesn't make sense. Anyway, we're just going to end it here for tonight. I'll have to see if there's any way I can set it up for rating and stuff like that for a future show. But that's something for next week. But thank you again, guys, for all the support. You guys have been absolutely amazing. I appreciate each and every one of you guys in chat. Thank you so much for the chat. I love learning from you guys. I love chatting with you guys. And if you haven't yet, make sure also to check out the Discord. I'll try to post more pics on the Discord, but the majority of my pictures are on Instagram. I did put a link to my Instagram QR code if you want to check that out. But thank you so much. I can never say thank you enough. And yeah, that's it. I don't have an ending for this channel, so I'm just going to go ahead and end it. And hope to see you guys in the next video. So time to get some grub. Have a great rest of the weekend, you guys. And bye-bye. Just imagine some music playing and a really neat photo or something. And I think you got it.